This one is a little bit of a left field choice, but only if you've not really been following the kind of things I've been primarily interested in. Now, I say it's a left field choice on the basis of I've not covered any of this series before. Now, a little bit of context is I have played Hammerwatch 1, and I played Heroes of Hammerwatch 1. I did not play Hammerwatch 2, which apparently was a disaster. So I kind of dodged a bullet on that one. But I was kind of done with Hammerwatch, sort of, by the time Hammerwatch 2 had come out. The order, I believe, was Hammerwatch, Heroes of Hammerwatch, then Hammerwatch 2, and now Heroes of Hammerwatch 2. Hammerwatch 1 being, I think, like a 2013-ish game, somewhere in there. Now, this says continue and switch character. I don't actually have any characters yet, as you can see by the empty character screen that is floating behind there for some reason. It got a little confused when I clicked in to check to see if my demo character was still there, so I could get rid of it, so we could start fresh today. So it's just been slightly confused, and I've just kind of left it there because it's funnier this way. But while the ad is starting and getting out of the way, we may as well get a character made. You don't have a ton to work with, and as you can see, you only have 4 starting classes. Now, I say starting classes because you can actually unlock a couple more classes, as they mentioned in the store page. Whether they are available is a question. I think they are, because I don't think this ended up early access. The other thing I was planning to do today was early access, was why my brain is bouncing back and forth as far as that idea goes. Now, I was a wizard for the demo, and I may very well go wizard again, but the equally likely answer is that I'm going to try all 4. / go into the other classes potentially when we get them. I believe the other choices were like Rogue and Warlock, and both of those sounded interesting. But let's have a look at all of them before any commitment is made. It's also important to remember that there are skills based on weapon as well. In the case of the Paladin, apparently weapon and shield both have an effect, whereas with the Wizard it's staff and tome. But we'll dig into that concept more as we go through more of the classes. But first off, you've got your standard Paladin, righteous champion that upholds law and order through sheer force and firm belief. Probably more the force than the belief, but you know, it's fine. You got your conviction passive, which your melee weapon hits have a chance to restore mana. That's probably going to be very helpful. Armored Knight is another passive, increases your armor, grants a chance to block 100% physical damage. That's actually a pretty good chance to happen. Lay on hands, heal yourself and all allies. That's also really good. AoE heals are always nice, especially when they include the caster. And of course, you know, gotta hit something, so Blessed Strike. You strike all enemies in the area in front of you, dealing physical damage. Not too bad, not too bad. Let's see. Start with just basic armor, which requires strength. That makes sense. You get Mace Bash, which is just powerful swing that deals 100% damage and 15% chance to stun. That's all expected. Oh wow, both of your moves stun. Your wooden shield blocks up to 30 damage from most projectiles in a 180-degree arc, and you can bash with it to bash enemies to inflict stun. Not bad, not bad. Just gonna cycle to the right here because decent odds of us ending up with Wizard, so I'm gonna do Wizard last. And next we got the Ranger, a natural-born hunter in tune with the woods that can harness the powers of nature. Starting from the passives again, we have Survivalist. Each time you get hit, you gain a buff that reduces damage taken for a short period. This effect has a short cooldown. Okay, so you can't just get torn apart too easily. Balances out the fact you're kind of flimsy by comparison to the others. Rhythm. You gain weapon crit chance, and scoring weapon crits grants you stacks of rhythm. Each stack of rhythm increases your weapon crit chance and damage by 5% and 2.5% at base level Stock, okay. And you can get up to 4 stacks of it natively. Okay, that's pretty good. Trap throws a trap that deploys after a brief duration. The trap deals physical damage in a small area when triggered and inflicts cripple. Cripple, I presume, is either... Oh, there you go. It says down there, 65% reduce of move speed. So that's pretty strong on crowd control option. Okay. Marked shot. You fire a projectile that deals physical damage and applies mark to all enemies in the targeted area. You deal more damage to enemies inflicted by marked, as expected. And in an interesting turn, they have the one item giving 2 skills here, unlike the other 2 so far. Or you get quick shot and power shot. Fast shooting that does half damage, and then hold to charge 150% in damage. Attack. Okay, okay. Oh, there we go. The warrior has the same situation of one item giving 2 skills. So it's basically split 50-50 between the classes then. And there's probably setups for the other 2 that would end up using 2 items as well, perhaps. So I could definitely see like a sword and shield option for the warrior, or 2 swords even. Potentially being a thing, since they mention a wide variety of weaponry. A fighter comfortable with a wide variety of weaponry who can stand their ground against most foes. Passive killing spree. You gain stacks of killing spree by killing enemies. Fancy that. Each stack increases your damage. You lose all stacks at once if the duration runs out. So you just gotta keep killing. Warrior's Constitution. Increase your health and poison resist. Poison specifically is an interesting one, but it makes sense in conjunction with Constitution as a concept. Warcry. You and your allies in the area gain a buff that increases weapon and move speed for a period. Okay, weapon speed being a replacement for attack speed makes sense. It just threw me for a millisecond there. I read that and went, wait, And then Whirling Axe is physical spell, technically. You throw 2 spinning axes that deal physical damage to all enemies in their paths. I'm glad they give the warrior a ranged attack, because so often warriors end up being kind of dull because they can't do anything to something that's at range. So I could definitely see that ending up being a little too good at the early game as well, because that'll probably just rip through things based on the fact that it does 40 damage. And you might be wondering, well, shouldn't 40 not really be that high in perspective? It'll make sense in a second when we look at the wizard, why I say 40 is actually going to do some real work. And then you got your Great Axe Slash and your Whirlwind. Great Axe Slash just does 125% weapon damage and 20% chance of bleed. And then you can hold to spin for 75% in the area. Not too bad, not too bad. About on par armor-wise with the Paladin. I think their armor is slightly lower. No, they're the same, actually. They have the exact same starting armor. Okay. The only difference being Paladin has shield, Warrior doesn't have shield, but Warrior speed. And last, the Wizard. A skilled wielder of the arcane that can devastate their opponents with their magical powers. You've got your Barrier, which gives you protection against damage. You generate protective stacks of Barrier over time. When taking damage, a stack is expended, lowering the damage taken. Even going up to 50% damage reduction. Arcane Intellect, increase your mana and intelligence. Intelligence, as you might imagine, being your damage scaling stat. Fireball. Unleash a fireball towards the targeted location that explodes, dealing fire damage. Note that this starts at base 60. And this, when I was playing the demo, was basically one-shotting most basic enemies, is why I say 40 is probably a pretty solid damage amount. Considering it's only 20 less, but for just over half the cost. So it's probably more efficient, especially since I'm betting those spinning axes would cover a decent amount of area. And then we have the standard magic missiles. Discharges several magic missiles that seek out nearby enemies and deal physical damage on impact, which also does 40 damage for 5 more cost than the warrior's throwing axes, though you'll notice it only has a 1-second cooldown. So it is all reasonably balanced, all things considered, and these magic missiles were also one-shotting a lot of basics. anything that the magic missiles didn't kill. Obviously, the fireball did. Now, we have the Frost Tome, which gives you the Glyph of Ice. Place a glyph on the ground that activates when the enemy gets near, triggering a blast of ice that deals 100% weapon damage in an area. More effective than it may sound, because it triggers reasonably quickly. And you can actually combine all this stuff pretty well. Here's the one that's a little bit of a letdown. Firebolt. Launches a firebolt that explodes on impact, dealing 40% weapon damage. The fact that it's only 40% is the sadness. Neat thing, though, is you have a passive spell cost reduction on your shoes. And I think that's a cast speed increase on the robes. So yeah, those are your 4 class options. You got your wizards, your warriors, your shooting man, and your big tankier man. And who also does your healing. We may very well just cycle through all of them. We'll just do a random name here. Yeah, sick is fine. And we'll just let this be randomized, because we're not sticking to these, in case people are wondering. Yeah, that looks like a sick. Yeah, that's fine. You can also test your voices, but I'm not worrying about that. Fun fact, this mouse doesn't actually have the specific button it's looking for. With that, I tried it before. This is one of those funny MMO mice with lots of buttons on the side, but not actually the one specific side button. So that input is useless to me. You can just click it.
How you doing?
Just so people know that that's a thing you can do, in case you don't have that specific button. There's also a keyboard bind that is the same, but I don't remember which one it is. But off we go with our little wizard, who's wearing green, even though the screen showed him in blue. But off we go to adventure. Now, your main attack is, as you might imagine, left click. Our spellbook right now is our right click, and Q is magic missile. E will be our 4th slot once we have it. F is your interact, as he's telling us there. The road's fucked. And we just gotta go the long way around. That's a big old mushroom in the back there. Now, you are going to want to explore in this game. For those unfamiliar with the other Hammerwatches, they do reward you for poking your nose around at the edges of every area that you're in. And there's the classic Hammerwatch beetles. As you can see, even the basic firebolt is reasonably effective. Hey, come here. But as you can see, all of your other spells that actually cost mana are more effective, as you would imagine. That guy is in trouble. I suppose we could do something about his trouble. The cult found our camp and attacked. He's just answered what's going on. Okay, everybody gonna die? I guess we could go be a hero. Okay, so goblins and cultists are both problems around here. We're also not controlling moving up here, by the way. We're just getting dragged up here. Hey, look at him actually picking up the pace and moving with a purpose. Yep, let's go rescue some townsfolk. Those crystals will give me mana. I don't need them at the second. There we go. Yeah, there is a map. There's also a auto map, which is quite nice. There's a demonstration of magic missile. Get used to the character just randomly chiming in as things happen, especially if you, like, for example, kill a bunch of enemies at once. They will usually have a voice response for that. We're gonna want to grab all these cups that we see, these scrolls as well. Just all the random loot and goodies that are around. As you can see, they're all pretty easy to dispatch right now. Like, if I was willing to be patient, I could just hold the mouse button down the entire time and we'd be reasonably safe doing so. We're gonna want this. This is wood for town building. That is part of this game. For those that don't know, it's part roguelite action RPG, part town builder. Though you don't have much control over the location that things are placed necessarily, so the town building is quite light. But it is necessary for your upgrades. I'm saying that because that's just been a consistent thing. So I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, that's telling people things ahead of time on that. It's like, well, no. If you've paid attention to the previous game, then it's not any new information. What's kind of neat are these trinkets. You can pick these trinkets up all over the place, and they are completely separate from your equipment. These just passively give you these benefits. In particular, this is handy for us because it gives fire penetration, so our fire spells, which are our primary spells right now, will do more damage. Take note of the set bonuses that these have too, because you're gonna want to try to find things that combine, as you might imagine. We got all kinds of bees and wolves and beetles to deal with out here. Now, it is worth noting that this game can be very vicious at times, based on the demo I did. There were at least 2 occasions where I died near instantly, but I'm also using a wizard who would be more fragile. The circumstances under which I died instantly, though, lead me to suspect even a warrior or paladin might not have come out of that alive. But I will leave exactly how that happened as a mystery until we get to that point, because it's almost certainly going to happen again. I'm just giving forewarning there before people go and immediately chuck this game in their cart and get surprised by something like that and go, oh god, this game actually kind of sucks. It's like, well, no, these are just designed to be murder. They definitely carry some of the old ideals of how difficult it can be. I don't know how far it carries for this one, but boy oh boy, Hammerwatch 1 was a nightmare at times. In the classic sense. Now, if you knew what you were getting into and knew where all of the goodies were, it wasn't so bad. The other 90% of the time, you were getting destroyed. It was very reminiscent of, say, Dungeon Explorer or things like that, for those familiar with that one. This is more forgiving in the bit I've seen of it so far. Much like Heroes of Hammerwatch was. It kind of slides slightly more towards Diablo if it was a twin-stick shooter. I would almost say Gauntlet, but Gauntlet's not quite the right comparison because there's not food to worry about necessarily. And there's a bit more going on than your average Gauntlet game. And no, that's not anything against Gauntlet, that's just a comparison of concepts. You do have health regen, as you see there, so as long as you don't take a ton of damage rapidly, you're probably going to be okay. Especially here at the very, very beginning, where they throw all these apples and such to heal you all over the place. Which is why I'm being a bit more reckless than I was when I tested this. Because I went into this anticipating it to be like Hammerwatch 1, where if I sneeze wrong, I'm dead. Okay, so it's 30 mana base, and then it's 10% if I get more of the parts. And we'll just go ahead and slap those gloves on because we didn't have gloves. And we get just a straight fire, 8% more fire damage. Making, once again, our base spell more effective. Now, gold, as you might imagine, is going to be vitally important, so every one of those chalices we find will be incredibly useful, because they are worth a lot of money. Oh yeah, now it's telling me about the inventory, but we've already been talking about all of that. Here's where the first real fight happens. This is where all the cultists are. As you can see here. They're getting ready to make their final stand against the cultists, but, you know, what happens if we just do this? And just eviscerate the cultists? Anyway, problem solved, guys. They think we're a real hero just because we blew up some cultists. We are a blessing, clearly. We've unlocked the concept of a potion. Now, you can only have the one potion unless you get upgrades to allow yourself to have more of them. That's another thing to keep in mind. What I'm going to do before I finish talking to these people, though, is blow up all of these boxes, because I seem to recall that I found a little bit of money and such in among these. Yeah, and there's also mana to be had and things like that. The mana and the health from these don't matter. It's the money that I want. Because things be expensive. So we're going to want to snag all of the extra cash we can. Now, to my knowledge, your town actually carries over between characters, so that'll be helpful. Okay, I'm not going to worry about the ones in the building. That's probably not going to be enough. And every time you make it back to town, it tallies up everything you got. I think I actually found less chalices this time than I did when I did my test run. We found 20 wood, though, which is great. You can also get a rundown of all the numbers if people are interested in number wang. There you go. It's all right here. You can have a look at the guild menu. Yeah, I didn't actually look at this. This is your totals across all characters and everything. All of the things you've done, which yeah, these do actually award you points, so you do want those. And these are the trinkets we've seen, which we currently... Oh, no, we don't have them anymore. I guess even if you don't die, you lose those. That's a shame. I didn't know that. Cult's getting real aggressive. We can't afford a potion charge. We do want the guild hall because we need to be able to actually build the town. So now over here is where they'll be building the guild hall. Dark Citadel. Okay. That's gonna be where we're going. And now that we built the guild hall, now we can build Hunter's Cabin, Training Grounds, and General Store. We can afford to make the Hunter's Cabin, so let's just go ahead and get that built straight away, shall we? We're already ahead of where I was when I did my test, as far as that goes. Now over here, since we have 3 points, we can actually grab a skill. So we're gonna grab Fireball, because of course I'm buying Fireball. Over at this one, this is where you spend your stat points, because your skill points and stat points can't actually be spent in the field. They have to be spent at these two folks here. That is one unfortunate thing. But it also means that things move along a bit smoother in some ways, so it's a blessing and a curse. It means you can't improve as you go necessarily, but you have items and such you're finding that kind of improve you along the way anyway. Here's your stash, which is why I'm like, yeah, we can definitely carry things over between characters because the stash carries over. If there was no town, then there would be no stash. Unless the stash just happens to be the only thing that exists, which is possible. Now, can we actually do anything with our hunters who spawned over here? I know it's a bit of a walk, but I need to know. I think it's over here anyway. Or is it that over there? Might be this all the way down here. Yeah, there they are. No, I don't really know anything about it either. And it looks like this is currently not doing anything for us, aside from adding the ability that it mentioned where we have the capacity to get more stuff out of monsters we kill. Which is why that's actually going to be worthwhile, because it'll increase our finances immensely. Or presumably immensely. I have not actually used that yet, because I actually spent my resources on something we don't have yet when I had done the demo. Because I found an NPC that unlocked a different thing to build in my first trip out. Which we will most likely do again here. I don't anticipate doing that much worse than I did in testing. You can grab a food item from the tavern, which right now we barely even have a tavern, so obviously you're only getting the one food item, which is a slight regen increase. And then off you go. We're back in the forest. But you'll notice the forest is a little bit more serious this time. This is when the real game begins. As you can see, Fireball is effective, as you would imagine it to be, but it's expensive. Probably similarly as you'd imagine it to be. These purple things are fun. These give you upgrades to your skills, or it can actually upgrade your passives too, as you see over there. We can get an extra magic missile, we can make our fireballs slow things, or we can get faster spell cooldowns. Let's actually take the extra magic missile. Those are also only for this run, before anybody gets too excited. But they're fun to have. Now, the 4 magic missiles might seem like overkill, and they will be for now. Later on, it will become more necessary to have more missiles. There's our achievement of heavy hitting, which gives us another star to spend. Those accomplishments either weren't fully in the demo or just weren't showing up properly. Okay, so 30 bucks for that beetle scale. So yeah, those will be worth it. They just don't drop out of everything, which is fine. It's still a supplementation of our income. But as you can see, the enemy counts and the enemy types are getting more significant already. Some wolf fur worth 75. Got 2 of those, so wolves are profitable, as is expected, because people are a lot more likely to buy or use wolf fur than they are random large beetle scales. These plants are evil, by the way. You want to destroy them. They are the monstrous artillery of this area. And then there's these 2 losers hanging out here. We'll deal with them in a second. There we go. And now we have the blacksmith, because that's what these 2 do, is they're smiths. And they were spending their whole time arguing because they didn't know where to go. So we just give them a portal and send them to town. And then once we have the resources to do so, we can build them a blacksmith shop, which will allow us to upgrade our attacks, and I believe that gets us new gear. Now, I think the general store is gear, and then you just only upgrade the smith. Now, all of this is randomly laid out, by the way, so in case you think I know where I'm going, I'm only just kind of trucking forward and hoping for the best. Oh, important thing to note, by the way, don't die with all the things you're carrying, because you won't lose it all, but you do lose a lot of it when you die. I think you can imagine why I know that, considering context clues. But yeah, that's your advice for the day. Don't die. Fireball. Nothing beats Fireball. Now, neat thing about the Fireball, by the way, is it can bounce a little bit, too. I frequently just throw it straight at things, but you can have it bounce a little bit on its way to its target. Like, if you need to get it around a corner or something, you can. These crates are great because that's where you get a lot of your material for building up the town from. Case in point, in this case, a bunch of wood. We got a boar here who is a problem. He's actually really durable. But not too durable. Like, Fireball is just too good, honestly. His magic missile is potent, but as you can see, frequently one of the missiles is kind of drunk and just goes off and does its own thing, despite being a homing spell. As they only home within a certain range, and frequently, due to the spread of it, it doesn't end up within that range. You got a nice bunch of carrots there, buddy. Oh, serving of sweet pancakes. Nice. What did that do? You can find out your effects over here. We're faster and we gain more experience. Hell yeah. Best pancakes. The only way those pancakes can be better is if they give me more fireballs. So I could always use more fireballs. We can't actually get into the Dark Citadel itself yet. They're not kidding when they say, I wonder how to get in, because you just stare at that door and nothing really gets accomplished. Because, you know, the actual Citadel itself is kind of above our pay grade at the moment. I'm finding way more people just wandering around. They'll join you on this quest, huh? Oh good, you're actually doing that. Look at them go. Look at them actually being useful. We got some meat shields on the team now. Way to just stand in bad, guys. I'm proud of you. Just immediately. Like, they're not completely stupid, but they're certainly not smart. Oh yeah, see all those beetles that just appeared out of the ground? That's one of the many situations that can very easily lead to your death. They just kind of pop up. Like, surprise, beetles. Hope you wanted those. There might be a hint that they're there, but I've definitely walked over seemingly completely normal ground and had them appear before. So if there is a clue, I've not figured it out yet. But that's not a surprise, considering I played the demo for a couple hours last night. And that's about the only exposure I've had to this particular part of the series. So, you know, take that as you will. I'm wondering if I'm gonna get the same interesting situation that I had in testing. Also, I don't know why those two beetles were pushing in opposite directions. That was certainly a choice. There we go. Any goodies? Nope. Looks like this could... Nope, not a secret passage, just useless. I've definitely seen a couple paths that look like they could have been secret passages, but they didn't lead anywhere. It's rather unfortunate. Oh, Markham's Purse. 1% gold gain per trinket. Okay. We will probably be finding more trinkets if I don't die a miserable death too quickly. Take note of the fact that things are silhouetted if they're blocked by something. That is the correct way of doing something like that, instead of just, oh hey, I hope you remember that the thing went behind the tree. Just keep picking up the food because we don't really need to worry too much about that right now. And on to the next part. Forest level 2, where the goblins come out to play. Get used to hearing ow, 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 ow as I set them on fire. because they'll do that. See this little line between the wood there? That's a tripwire. I step on that, a whole bunch of bad things are gonna happen. Like that. That's one of the times where you can easily just die, because they will just descend upon you if you don't realize that that's gonna happen, and you will be torn to pieces very quickly. But that gives you a warning since the rope is there, so I don't consider that a situation where that would be unfair, but if somebody doesn't spot that, they could very easily die a surprise death. These cubes here are another neat thing, but let's deal with these guys first before we take a look at that, because we might get jumped while we're looking at it. And I don't think any of us want that. Well, some of you out there might want that for me, but that's neither here nor there. What these cubes do is they give you a different passive item. Every fourth weapon attack unleashes a couple of throwing stars, each doing 30 physical damage, or 10% damage against elites, and they drop piles of gold when killed, or your spell hits gain a 5% chance to cause stun. I'm kind of digging the Headhunter contract. The throwing stars would be the most effective, but piles of gold. Piles of gold is compelling. And we're kind of doing fine on damage anyway. Another tankard, and we got more health regen, which will be huge if I don't just get immediately mauled by something. And don't have stocks of apples laying all over the place. Yeah, when I did this at first, because I was much more concerned about the damage potential, I was going so slowly, like waiting for mana to regen, throwing fireballs at everything, and all of that. Obviously, I'm playing much more fast and loose now, so I'm gonna wait for a fireball before starting this party here. Because the goblins are actually pretty potent if you let them run around and for too long. And there's a level up. These things also suck to have around, so let's just get rid of those before they get out of hand. Those little green orbs coming out of them are poisonous. They will do damage to you, as the spearmen happily demonstrated by just traipsing through them. Now, neat thing to note as well is you can actually cast all of your spells at once, more or less. As long as an individual spell isn't on cooldown, it's fair or game to use. Again, as long as you have the mana for it. So, like, say I just, like, hit all my keys. You'll notice they don't all fire literally simultaneously. But basically, as long as you're not quite literally in the middle of casting the other spell, they all can be sequenced out, like, immediately. Yeah, there was a slight bit of warning there because the dust kicked up, but that's about all the warning I've ever seen for the beetle attacks like that. And they were underneath a different group of enemies, so if you were a melee guy and you charged in, you might just have a beetle uprising under your feet before you even know what's happening. It's kind of brutal that way. And I've hopefully balanced the audio properly. I was a fool and didn't do the audio balancing while I was in the demo. Not that I think it would have carried over considering the other data didn't. Oh yeah, I'll take a free piece of equipment off your cart there, buddy. Yeah. You're telling me you're gonna give me a free thing? Ooh, a flame staff that has fire blast and flame spray. I presume that'll take up 2 hands and that'll replace my ice glyph and such. But you know what? Let's try something new. Give me that. We now have fire. Oh yeah. We just now have a left and a right side of it. So let's see. Flame spray. Hold continuously to spew flames, dealing 25% fire damage. Slam the staff into the ground to unleash a fiery blast, dealing 100% weapon damage in an area. We are fire wizard now, aside from magic missile. You know, every wizard knows magic missile, right? And notice how my little model down there changed. He's now walking with a staff that looks different. And I just have a magic flamethrower. has some decent reach to it. And we got another magic ball here. Let's go ahead and have Fireball do slowing. That seems like a good idea. So I will say this blast wave thing seems basically very similar to the ice attack, except with instant gratification instead of having to put it down and wait. And our basic attack is going to be less effective against goblins now, considering they attack from range. Case in point, the fact that I nearly died to poison there because I couldn't move well enough anymore. Because that's the other thing, is while holding the fire out slows you down. And I don't think there's a way to quick switch. No, because there's no weapon sets. It doesn't look... Otherwise, I would just switch between the little fire wand and the fire staff to do what I would actually want to do. On the bright side, the flamethrower is going to be incredible against melee enemies, because they'll try to chase me and then get obliterated. Take note of the tripwire. As they just get sucker trapped into their own trick there. Nice barricade you got. It'd be a real shame if somebody just burnt it all to the ground. Remember when I said this was going to be less effective against goblins? Change that to less effective against certain goblins. Nice roadblock they've got going on here, though. Against somebody other than us, this would actually be remarkably effective, I think. It's just a real shame that they didn't account for incredible magical power in the form of fiery death. To think, though, we could have worked with these goblins. We could have profited from this toll road that they were assembling here. You know, if we just weren't committed to this whole heroing thing, we could make so much money. Yeah, the poison damage is actually the real threat from the goblin and blowpipe guys, which is why we're nearly dead again. And this is the interesting situation I ran into. I couldn't figure out how to get in here, because I poked around at every edge here. I tried walking up into the trees, because you would think, oh yeah, there's a secret area behind this tree. And there was a way I could partially walk up there in the previous generation for this, but apparently that's been closed up and you can't actually go back there now. Now, interesting thing about the flamethrower is it actually kind of peeks through a little bit. Is what I tried to do was like fit fireballs in there or anything like that, which as you can see doesn't work. Because the idea was if we set them off, they would find me the path because they would try to get to me. But unfortunately, nothing makes it through. There's like an invisible wall around this or something. So I don't know why these guys are here, other than to look spooky and show that there's a goblin army hanging out. Like, you can try walking up this way, it doesn't go anywhere. There's barricades here, so you would expect to be able to go this way, but you can't. I guess this is just a set piece that is guaranteed to appear then, because that's 2 out of 2 times that it's appeared. These barricades also only lead partially into the trees, don't actually lead anywhere. Like, maybe there is a way in there and I'm just not finding it. It's like, you'll notice our fire gets through all the way here, but we can't fit through the initial bit because of this log. So upsetting. But our actual goal is this way. This is actual progress, going into the dark caves, where we start encountering bats and other nefarious cave-dwelling creatures, in addition to the goblins and beetles. Yes, exactly. How's it going, Snork? used to random rocks falling. They're not really that random because there are pressure plates like that one. But frequently they'll blend in well enough. Oh, I can actually buy stuff from this guy. I didn't encounter one of these before, but they may not have existed in the demo. Good to hear, good to hear. You can get 20 armor, spell damage, health and physical damage. Appreciate the resub, and yeah, it's wild to think it's been more than a year already, isn't it? 25% chance to get 3 mana on kill would be nice, but I'm not spending so much money on that. We don't need it that badly. There's your pressure plate right there. Another pressure plate there. And they can set them off as well, I do believe. Like if I lead them over here. Well, unfortunately only bats flew over it, so it didn't really work. I'm doing fine. Less brain fog than before. Oh, well, maybe there's still a decent amount of brain fog considering I stepped on that to get rid of it and didn't move out of the way in time. Yeah, exactly. I wanted the beetle to step on it, but unfortunately the beetle was smart enough not to path that way. Those little tree stumps you see are where the bats come from. They're their little spawner equivalents, much like the beehives. Just get rid of that before a surprise happens. You know, ignoring the fact that they got a surprise, but it's good when they get surprises. Is that include death. It's not so good when I get surprises that include death. Come on, move further forward. Oh, no, they don't actually set them off. I must have happened to hit one, like, right next to an enemy when I did the demo, then. Because you can definitely set it off on them, as you might imagine. But I thought they also triggered the trip. Apps. Huh. What do you know? And this is why you don't just stand around having meetings. Some enterprising wizard might walk up and throw a fireball into your meeting. Because, you know, that's just the proper response to meetings. I mean, true. What you're saying is it needs to happen more often so people remember. Another ceramic vase. And then people might have less pointless meetings, too. If there's just always a chance a fireball gets thrown into the middle of a meeting. There we go, some good carnage here. Unfortunately, our allies are dying a miserable death, but that's kind of what they signed up for. I mean, if you just come into your every meeting wearing your fireproof suit, then, you know, then you can have all the meetings you want, because then only the other people at the meeting are at risk. It just makes sense. And there's a beetle ambush that killed my ally, which is unfortunate. Didn't I trigger that tripwire already? I'm pretty sure I did. Do they reset? No, they don't. Did I just miss that one? Huh. Oh, never mind. There's another shop, I presume, here. Oh no, I just get a free trinket. Dragon's Claw, 25% weapon and spell crit damage. Weapon crit chance and damage. Colliding with an enemy deals 30 physical damage and inflicts stun on a 1 second cooldown. If I was a warrior or a paladin, I would take this blackjack in a heartbeat, but considering our fragility, I'm taking the Dragon Claw. His spell crit could be really helpful. I mean, true. You would have to balance it out. This is true. And I suppose, you know, there's always the thunder wizards that might just drop a lightning bolt in the middle of your meeting, too. Because why would they be left out of the fun? Yep, I couldn't outmaneuver those fireballs because their fireballs have homing for some reason. I don't know why my fireballs have no homing, but they also throw double fireballs. You say that as if that doesn't give them plenty of reason to lightning bolt a meeting. Yeah, unfortunately, we're gonna lose a lot of the money we made now because as I died. But that's fine. We still made more than I usually did. So we could get an extra potion charge, but I don't need that right now. Again, that's making a big assumption that someone who throws a lightning bolt would care about an invitation. I would not imagine that the fireballs or the cryo balls would be invited either. And yet, they will happen. There we go, 16 intelligence, 12 focus. What's vitality? Vitality's not a concept. It's interesting how the layout for this changed between now and the demo. In the demo, all of these locked sections were unlocked. I presume I need to upgrade the area for this to unlock. So I guess we'll be taking barrier, because I can't upgrade anything else, and I may as well take a passive damage reduction benefit. And I would get them their training grounds, but we can't because we don't have enough wood. So back out we go with what we have. True. Speaking as one of those that usually found out about a lot of parties after the fact, I can definitely vouch that that's a thing. Not that I would have went to any of those parties anyway. Yep, we'll go ahead and spend 100 to get our basic regen bonus, and off we go again. Oh, we're off to a real bad start, though. I'm starting to think that the flamethrower staff might have been a bad switch. Which is not a surprise, considering this is a very mobility requiring game, at least solo early on. And what does using a flamethrower do? Oh right, kill your mobility. Because we're the hero. The hero always harasses the local wildlife. The actual answer is that town got burned to the ground by a bunch of cultists, and we're helping them rebuild. And in order to rebuild, well, they need natural resources. And you know what's guarding all the natural resources? All of the living things around the town. So they, you know, kind of gotta go so we can get the things to get the town back up and running again. We're also trying to get into this big, scary citadel that's nearby that the cultists are also trying to get into, so we can find out what they're trying to accomplish. And ideally, stop them. Or profit from it heavily enough that we can make them a non-issue. Either one. Ooh, barrier has an upgrade option. Taking damage while having stacks of barrier ignites the air around yourself for a duration, dealing fire damage to nearby enemies. With our current setup, that's actually gonna be incredible. Enemy comes up to try to do contact damage and burning for everyone. Including that bot that just came in. We always like to burn the bots. We could even burn them at the stake. That might be fun. It's out of style to burn witches after all, so we may as well start burning the bots. Oh good, another free equipment. Ooh. Ooh, Glyph of Fire. Hold that. Well, no, I don't know if I can open my menu and not lose the opportunity to pick something here. Let's just take the lightning staff. Oh yeah, no, it's most likely gonna be a good game because Heroes of Hammerwatch 1 was very good, and Hammerwatch 1 also was very good but very mean. Hammerwatch 2 was a bit of an aberration in that it was kind of terrible, apparently. Hey, there's Zin. Look, I can throw lightning now. I have achieved my true calling of IT wizard. It's a real shame that we have all of these fire bonuses and have found a lightning staff now, but it's fine. It's doing its job regardless. It's got a bit more reach than the flamethrower does, so I think this is a better idea for us at the moment. No, at least not on this one. There might be something that has chain lightning somewhere. But this, at the very least, apparently doesn't. We just kind of have a weird, like, lightning sword instead. Whee! It's a good thing this doesn't cost any mana to do. Whee! This is how I fight now. Oh, that is, like, resoundingly not effective. Never mind. I'm spinning too fast for it to work, I think. Anyway. Fireballing him in particular was unnecessary, but it was very funny to me. I did not know you could just simply outpace the boar. I always side dodged it, expecting not to be able to do that. Huh. The more you know. But how are things going, Zin? As I just tase the local wildlife for aggressing on me. And yes, in case you're wondering, this is exactly why I probably shouldn't be trusted with any kind of magical power. Or exactly why I should be trusted with it, depending on who you ask. And what their goals are at the end of the day. Because, you know, if you just want rampant destruction, well, good news, I got you. I will definitely tear up a good chunk of the world for fun and profit. If given the power to do so. Oh, that didn't reach, huh? That's a shame. Well, that's good. Glad you made a reasonably quick recovery there. Because that definitely could have been significantly worse. There we go. I am glad to be seeing these other weapons immediately, because when I did the demo, I went a little bit further than where we died recently and didn't see a single other weapon. I found a bunch of other armor and such, but no other weapons. And this is what I meant to check, was whether I still had my other tools there. But what you need to remember is your trinkets all disappear when you die or when you return, but all of your equipment sticks around. It's an interesting split there. Hunter number 2 collected. Yeah, see, this is the citadel we're trying to get into, but we can't actually get into it right now. Yeah, that... I knew the answer, but I didn't want to get into it, so that's why I didn't really bring it up more significantly. But yeah, basically, Hammerwatch 2 got abandoned. Apparently there were issues with the publishers it had, but all the rest of the Hammerwatch games are all self-published. Which is why it's safe to say that there's not going to be those issues. The thing of it is, I don't know enough of the situation to want to have really dug into that. But yeah, that's basically the safe answer. Just pick up Hammerwatch 1 Anniversary Edition, pick up Heroes of Hammerwatch 1 and 2, and then just ignore the fact that Hammerwatch 2 is a concept. Just pretend that that game's not there. Or just pick up one of any of those. What was the bug? Because I might be able to tell you one of the solutions that was floating around for it. So it can definitely be a buggy game, unfortunately, just in general.
That skill is not friendly.
I'm glad you had a good time with it. There we go. I might turn quick cast on for the king. I think I specifically need to come in on this angle here. Let's see if wisdom, 100% experience gain. Neat. I'm assuming that's temporary. Might be only for this floor, because it doesn't seem to be, like, decreasing or anything. Hard to say. Oh, that's weird. I've not seen that one, so I unfortunately don't have any suggestions. Okay, yeah, it is timed, as you see the pie darkening down there. I need to go that way. Yeah, I've never seen that bug before, unfortunately. Oh, mix up fortunately and unfortunately. I assume you looked up the bug and didn't really get any results there. Alright, here, all of you gather around. There we go. Get real good use out of that experience buff. Which that's part of the fun of games like this, is just gather a nice big crowd of enemies around and just nuke a lot of them. Honestly, I have not sat there and read the numbers enough to know whether they're doing exactly the same, but they are elemental difference versions of the same thing, yes. But this has just like ever so slightly longer reach. Correct. That this is just a slightly longer ranged version of the same exact thing. But that's not really surprising. A lot of games of this type end up with like 3 flavors of insert type of attack here. It'd be nice if they were more varied than that, but this is also only the very beginning. So it will hopefully become more significant than that as it goes along. The main benefit of switching between those, other than like the slight range difference, is damage type. Because I presume this game will have immunities and resistances and such later on to worry about. So there would be a reason for those 2 weapons to exist. Pretty much. Whether those actually exist in this game is another question. Because we know ice is represented in this game. I haven't seen anything to indicate earth is a magic type in this game yet. Aside from poison, which usually gets rolled into earth. Or water. One of the two, depending on what's available. Which that would also work as a earth cone is like a poison cone. Oh, this is a different layout here. Even the lightning bolt works more or less the same as the slam spell that the fire had. It's just focused slightly in front of you instead of centered on yourself. You gotta be careful when boiling down how attacks work, because otherwise you're gonna realize that like 90% of the attacks in these games work the same. Because I'm willing to bet the physical users, for example, have a slam attack that has almost an identical AoE to that fire slam, but it just does physical damage instead, and things like that. It's just one of those best not to think about it too much type situations. Oh, they absolutely would have something like that too. It just wouldn't be a maintainable cone, most likely. It would just be probably like a one-shot cone that does significantly more damage in that single hit, but just can't be maintained. There we go, get rid of that nuisance. Because I can just do that to get rid of those. Now, something I've noticed is these only affect your actual skills, not your weapon bonuses. Depends on what you're looking for. That's always going to be a variable answer. For me, it's kind of 6 and 1 half dozen the other between these two at the very least. I'm finding the lightning is a little more useful because it's centered in front of me, so I can actually use it instead of walking into death to try to use it. I'm kind of just using this till I find something that'll be better. But I'm not finding any of them to be, like, immediately mechanically superior to each other, which is a good sign. I would rather them have equal viability and be primarily like a dealer's choice. Because I do think the fire slam was doing slightly more damage to equate for the risk of walking in, and the area on it was larger. So all things considered, I would say they're roughly equal. And in case I didn't react to it, Zin, the spamming escape option works, I guess. Just, I wonder if there would be a more permanent cure to that problem in the first place. Brain said I responded to that, but I'm just doubling up on that to make sure. Okay, that's everything that's down here. We don't need more mana at the second until we throw these. Now we can pick up the mana and have it actually do something. Oh no, he's stuck on the wall. Zap. I don't know what that symbol means yet. It might actually just be my stat went up. Because that looks very similar to the icon for intelligence. We'll look once we don't have things trying to kill me. That is a thing that exists already. I forget what system it's in, but it is a thing that has been done. Okay, it's focus. Understandable, Zin. I forget what it was, but there was a game where some kind of mental user could turn all of their armor into a weapon and vice versa in terms of metal armor and everything. But I do agree, it should be done more. This is a very interesting idea. Just unfortunately, interesting ideas have a bad habit of not being clear to the average idiot, and therefore don't get used in most systems. Because the average idiot's gonna say this sucks because they don't understand how to use it. As long as we exist in a world of things having to pander to the lowest common denominator to sell well, that's unfortunately gonna remain a fact. Or I should say sell well enough to satisfy a lot of companies. The indie scene will still manage to pull things like that off on the regular basis, as long as they get that specific idea in their hands and have any interest in making it a thing. I thought I saw some gold in that corner.
Hello there.
Hey, ABC. Okay. Understandable. Oh, Crest of Courage is straight 5% extra damage. I can live with that. None of my items synergize yet, but that's fine. We at least found multiple trinkets to make ourselves a little stronger. Oh, good. We can get another our passive thing. We did lose the headhunter contract, unfortunately. I'm gonna take the armor, actually. A wise wizard wears a bit of chain underneath their robes for when somebody tries to shank them. Not that it'll be completely effective against that, but it's better than nothing. Wrong button. That's the thing, though, is there are systems in which things are allowed to be unclear because there is a reasonable vector by which you can figure it out. But it's a very fine line to walk. And honestly, cut didn't take me that long to figure out well enough, but it depends on the things you're trying to figure out and the depth you're trying to figure out. Because the game's completely playable just fine, even at like half depth, for example. But if you want to know like everything, yeah, you're gonna be there a long time. But that's the beauty of a system like that, is it actually gives you something you can dig into instead of, oh hey, I spent an hour and now I understand everything. But therein lies the exact same situation, though, of it needs to be readable in a way that you can figure it out just fine, but it needs to not be so shallow that it's instantaneously understood. And yeah, that's exactly what I mean, though, is it's entirely workable without tons of learning. Can you do more interesting things with that learning? Absolutely. But you can do exactly what you're saying and just rip through things with many arm and much axe and still have a good time. That's the kind of thing I like, is when you have the simple option but also have much more complex options out there. But both of them work. You should not necessarily be completely punished for taking the simpler route. Obviously, you will have different challenges because of the simpler route versus the more complex route, but both should function just fine. And I'm not saying things need to be needlessly obtuse either. I want to make that clear. Because that's where the fine line comes in, is things can be complicated without being obtuse. Though I feel like we've had this conversation before. The same ideas, just with different words. I know we've definitely had that exact game mechanics conversation before. Of like, complexity is not inherently bad, and neither necessarily is something being shallow either, as long as it's shallow in a fun way. Because there are definitely plenty of, like, absolute brain-dead things out in the world that still manage to find a way to be fun. But it needs to be what you're looking for at the time. It's like, I wouldn't even consider something like this to be particularly brain-requiring, for example. This is arguably a little more shallow than I had thought it was going to be, realistically. On the basis of you really only have 4 skills at any given time and things like that. Depth ends up coming from all the passive benefits you can pick up along the way. And the fact that you can get other things along the way that even change your skill lineup, even though you can't necessarily level up in route, for example. Which, that's another facet to complexity that needs to be considered, is how streamlined it moves. If it's complicated enough that you're spending like 20 minutes before you even move 5 feet, like going into spreadsheet simulator mode, then maybe you made the thing a little too complicated for its own good. Or you're playing it wrong. Which, there's not really such a thing as playing something wrong, in my opinion. But if you're blaming the game because you're playing it that way, then maybe you're doing something wrong. If that makes sense. We're gonna want to save that bird, because that bird is how we send stuff back to town, so we don't lose it on death. So we'll want to clear more of this out before we put it away. Everything I'm saying is just how I feel about this concept. This is not like a, oh yeah, these are all the correct answers. There's no such thing as a correct answer in this discussion, because a lot of this is subjective. There are things out there that you can point out as being objectively bad design, because it is so needlessly convoluted and complex that it gets forced into a niche because only some people are going to have any means or time or method to do anything with it. But that still doesn't make it no one's cup of tea, is where that gets complicated. Is to use myself as a personal example again, because I am the example that I have. There have been many games I've found incredibly fascinating, but never had the patience to sit there and chew through all of what it needs to be enjoyed to its fullest. Like, there are many things where I feel like I was always missing something. Hell, even the Souls, like, in a lot of cases, kind of end up having that feel of, with how it's working, I feel like there's something that is missing. But that's less of a obtuse and more of a, they have an expectation that that doesn't line up with how I want to do the thing. I had a specific example in mind for something that I found fascinating and just could not dig my head into far enough. And I cannot bring it to mind right now because my mind is still not at full power. Which is part of why we're doing this today in particular instead of Blade Chimera, which came out today. Which we will most likely be doing Blade Chimera tomorrow. Regardless of how I'm feeling, I want to make sure to play that close to when it's coming out because I'm excited to play that game. But I wanted to get this tried out before I started really pushing for people to play it. Because I'm not going to expect people to play something in multiplayer and then find out that it's not great. That's just a waste of the collective time there. Whereas I got plenty of time. I got more time than most of the people I do things with. So it is wiser for me to take the risk myself and find out if at least at its core it's fine. I don't know why that one in particular was such a problem. He should have died to the lightning a while ago, but he just survived way more than the other ones did. Which this unfortunately means that we didn't get to use that bird to send things back because I got greedy. But honestly, we didn't have enough to lose that much in the materials anyway, and the gold doesn't matter. Or that much to me right now. It's just inconvenient. Like, I don't know why he lived through so much. We still can only buy one thing. I don't want the training grounds that badly. No, I think I will take the blacksmith. Understandable. Have a good one, Snort. Thank you for being here. Yeah, we have nothing we can spend points on in here, which is the unfortunate part of not buying the other thing, the skill training area. But I feel like the blacksmith will be more important in the long run, because we can just straight up improve our weapon power and such, for example. Not to mention, get new gear. Or of higher levels. Okay, so there's your proof that there's an ice version of the staff, but it has spikes that come out instead of doing the exact same thing. And it's got a charging ice spike, like that it throws. Oh, interesting. We can actually use the knife. So there's a physical damage option for the wizard as well, in addition to magic missile being physical. And technically, the only requirements on this gear is stats, so technically you could actually stat into a goofy idea like just go muscle wizard and start swinging a mace around. That's always a fun concept, just like, oh yeah, I'm a wizard, but I technically can do other thing. Am I good at it? No, but is it funny? Yes. Like that's the good shit right there, is being less limited. It doesn't just go, hey, you are not this class, don't touch this. Oh, there you go. There's your chain lightning that you were looking for. Zin, the wand has chain lightning, which we are probably gonna buy that, actually. And then we'll grab Fire Tome. There we go.
Kill them all.
Well, we're in town right now, so we're not killing the townspeople because they're useful. Everybody else, though, everybody else is fair game. Yeah. Now, admittedly, the moment the townsfolk cease being useful, well, then they're suddenly on the chopping block. We all know how that works. There we go, we'll get a bit more weapon power going. And off we go to see how much better these little lightning bolts are. Okay, there we go. I was like, the chaining on this doesn't seem that impressive. Fire glyph down. Okay, the fire lasts for a little bit, so that might be one of the more effective glyphs. Because the ice one's biggest issue is anything fast that goes past it gets missed. But it also usually would trigger before the slow things got to it. The fire one still will miss the fast thing, but it'll actually catch the things that come afterwards just fine. And the crowd control on the chain lightning is, as you would expect, much better than the other options we've had. Since it'll start bouncing. Unfortunately, I don't think attack power helps us. I believe attack power is physical. Look at that pinballing around between those things. That's how you know you've got good chain lightning, is if it can pinball back and forth between two targets. Because otherwise, chain lightning has a very bad habit of being terrible against less than, like, 3 or 4 targets, whatever its highest amount of bounces are. It's like, well, it'll bounce to the targets it has, and then it's not as effective as it could be. It's a trap. So, we obviously need to remember that some of the effectiveness increase here is because we raised our weapon power, too. Oh, look at this fuckery over here. I hate this. Just the most evil fairy circle you've ever seen. Arcane League gives us 3 more mental. Very good, very good. You know, I feel like I've accidentally made the right choice with how I've... Oh no, that was intelligence this time instead of focus. Never mind. I was gonna say, I think I've accidentally picked the right way to stat myself out because of how the advancements are working. Because I thought they were still giving me more focus, which would have balanced out the fact that I was focusing intelligence. But no, we just got even more big brain, which is absolutely fine. Big brain mean big damage. Bunga Bunga hit them with giant spell ball. Cave Wizard don't understand nuance. Cave Wizard know a big number. I'm gonna keep throwing glyphs on the ground uselessly, though, for a while, because I'm gonna be forgetting that I have glyphs instead of a lightning bolt for a little while. Just out here looking for somewhere I can read my book, and everything wants me dead, so I can't read my book. Wait, there's a chest. I see it on the map. We started to go that way, and then we stopped because I saw things above me. This is why you use the map. Wow, wow, the poison damage is pain. Oh no, he's gonna get me. Well, that's a shame for him. He's bacon now. Enhanced fireball. I mean, bigger fireball? Say less. Instead of the slowing fireball, we just have big fireball. Like this. Remember, if your fireball isn't the size of the room you're in, then you can easily have a bigger fireball. That's how that works. God damn, we've already been going for an hour and a half? It feels like I've only been going for like 10 minutes. I just happened to look over her to make sure everything was still working, and I just see the timer. I'm like, wait a minute. Time be flying. Which, that's a good sign. Well, depending on why time feels like it's flying anyway. That one can be a little variable. Exactly. A fireball will do a great job of making time fly when it hurls a clock across the room in pieces. I also need to remember to actually make the new emote that I thought about today. Because I saw a picture of something and I'm like, you know what? I need to take that. And I won't explain what it is because it'll be much funnier when the spontaneous reveal happens, because it will not be up to anyone's expectations. Because this is almost certainly just going to be one of those things that makes me and like 2 other people laugh, and that's all I need. Because I'll be real, half the emotes I've made are just because I had a dumb idea that made me laugh, and I made the thing because it made me laugh. But I do think that this will be fitting when it's done. Which, if that doesn't make everyone very concerned about where my thought process is going, I don't know what will. I just hope I remembered to save that picture so I can use it as a reference to get the exact energy I'm looking for. I know new redeems were brought up, but I figure, since at least I have an idea for an emote, I will make a new emote for everyone. It won't be an animated one, it'll just be a static one, though. I do still need to make more animated emotes, too. Hell, I need to finish the one I had started working on, but that's a whole other discussion that I don't know if my brain's ready for right now. Oh, good. Take half damage. That's fine. The boosted experience one was definitely much more exciting, but this is probably a better choice. Hunter's travel rations, which do what? Aside from allow hunters to travel? 20% extra damage against beasts, 25% faster dash recovery. Okay. Yeah, a lesson I really need to internalize with this game is don't ever get complacent. Every time I've died, it's because I've gotten complacent. Because it's the classic, oh, things are going really smoothly, everything's dying really easily, oh, and then we're dead. Well, never mind. Now that's how I get on that mountain to get that chest. Give me the goodies. This better be worth it, though, for how much mountain I'm having to climb just for one chest. This better have, like, the best item ever in it. Not bad. not bad. It's an upgrade for our main armor, so I will accept that. Because we basically gained 8 health and 1 defense. Hooray. But, you know. Hey, our shirt's a different color now, so that's cool, right? Yeah. I would like to find more fighting before I lose this defense boost. There we go. We have found more volunteers for death. Really nice of them to volunteer to die, all things considered. You would think they wouldn't want that. But yet, for some reason, they keep just hanging out where I happen to be going. Like, I'm just taking a very enthusiastic walk through the woods here, and, well, most of the woods are now destroyed. Oh boy, remember when I said that these tripwires can be a real problem? Yeah. I misstepped when I was dodging an attack, and lo and behold, into the tripwire I went, and all hell broke loose for a second there. Just gotta keep your cool, otherwise you will die a miserable death in those situations. That is exactly how I died one of the times I died in testing. Ooh. Spell crit damage. Also, a huge boost to our vitality. And now we look like a bishop, which is a shame, but, you know, that's the price you pay for better survivability, I guess. I don't know if we technically get weapon crits in the right way for this to work. The chain undershirt definitely did help. Obviously, the parry, I don't think will help unless we can parry with a wand or a book. Parrying with a book I can kind of see because you, like, catch the blade in the book. I feel like a wand would just snap if you try to parry something of any substance with it. But I'm not confident in the weapon crit concept here, so yeah, I think I will still take the armor. We will just go full tank wizard, because at the rate I'm playing today, I think I'm going to need to. Because my movement is definitely real sloppy today. I feel like we've all seen me move better than this. And I can't blame the game, because they do give you a dodge, and you can actually pick up extra dodge charges as well. We just need to actually build the training school. But that's why I didn't build it this time, is because I built it last time, and that's all I really gained out of it, or at least so I thought. We will be building it here soon, because we are going to want those other tiers of skill upgrades and such. I will not get tired of the funny goblin noises. Oh no, he's gonna get me with the blowpipe and then burn into dust and ash. No, it's a real shame we can't just pick this armor up that's right here. I mean, look at this. Look at all this armor right here. And we can't even say that it's too big for us, because we're not that much smaller than this armor suit is. I'm sure the padding would work that out. But no. It's all dusty and dirty. We can't use that. Fucking prissy-ass wizard not using dirty armor. Oh, got a mana stone. That was something we were gonna pay money for before. And then we got it for free. Yeah, a lesson learned, I suppose, is don't leave the bird hanging this time. be greedy and foolish. If you see a bird, fucking drop your shit off at it. There we go. Get a bit more wood. Look at that fireball chase me. I wish my fireballs would do that. Where do I learn homing fireball? I wish to learn from one of these goblins and learn how to fireball better. Because apparently their fireballs are just so much better than mine. I know I said that before, but I'm gonna keep saying it until it stops being true. I don't know if those scrolls like heal me more or if they give me experience or what, because it pops up the healing symbol down there when I pick them up. But I feel like scrolls should be like an experience increase. If I ever level up when I pick one up, we know for sure, but I've yet to see that happen. Oh good, the random equipment guy is here again. We could get a rejuvenating robe, which gives me mana regen, ditto with a hat, a mighty fire tome, crushing lightning, venomous frost wand. I mean, spread shot ice sounds pretty No, let's not finish that rhyme. Refuse. I mean, 3 bolts of lightning also sounds pretty good. But I think I'm gonna take the cap. Because I think that's better than the cap we have. Yes and no. The cap actually is where we were getting all that vitality from, so no, actually I made a mistake. Oh well. We can probably sell that, so it'll most likely be fine. I wasn't that enthused by any of those choices anyway. Because I'm enjoying our chain lightning, and I don't know if I would rather the lightning glyph over the fire glyph. Because I don't know if I really want to pigeonhole my 2 basic attacks into the same element necessarily, if I can help it. Like, obviously with a staff you don't have a choice, but with the wand and book you have more versatility options. Which clearly isn't a problem yet. But I'm still very much in that mindset of, at any point they can start throwing immunities and such at me. I've played too many action RPGs where they spontaneously start throwing enemies with elemental immunities at you, and then your wizard is just very sad. But I specialize in fire damage. Yeah, but everything's immune to fire now, fuckboy. Good luck. And that's why specializing is dangerous. Besides, make much nicer looking effects when you have like 4 different effect colors going off at once instead of just everything being orange fire effects or everything being blue lightning effects. We can make them taste the rainbow in death. Of course, I'm also the weird one that loved picking up weapons that had like fire, ice, and lightning damage all on them instead of like, well, but you could get this one that stats out better that has all 1. Like, no, give me all 3. Give me either tricolor Deathblade. Little hallways like this, though, these fire glyphs are going to be devastating. Cease. Cease, damn you. Yeah, just some of those shamans seem way more durable than others, and I really haven't figured that one out yet. What you got for me? Spiked pauldrons, 15 armor and return 15 damage when taking damage. That could actually be great, and it is another part of the soldier uniform. Exactly, Zin. Exactly. Ooh, spending 30 mana unleashes a magic missile at a random nearby enemy, dealing 40 damage. I'm definitely all about random extra magic missile. 5% less damage taken is also cool, but magic missile. Because the fun thing about that is most of our spells cost near that, so basically 2 spells guarantees us one of those magic missiles or 1 fireball. And who wouldn't want just more firepower, right? Burn, ignorant creature. Anyway, speaking of burn, ignorant creature, burn all of you. Just a whole lot of you get incinerated. Our casualty counts must be absurd already. Just like the amount of death we on our own have caused. There we go. I was out of mana, which was almost a really bad situation. Because I'm, of course, spending much more frivolously because, haha, funny extra magic missile. No, no, step in the funny circle. There you go. No one said you could walk around the circle. I assure you, only peace and happiness will happen if you step in that circle. Peace and happiness for me, but, you know, details. They don't need to know that part. I suppose they'll get peace too, because, you know, the eternal peace of death. Gee, I wonder if this is a trap. It is, for them. Okay, some of those traps definitely do reset, because we absolutely stepped on one of those 2 boulder traps in that hallway, and yet it was reactivatable. That could have been awkward. Look at these 4 clowns over here, with their random 2 pillars that they put their tripwire between. Not in a hallway, not anywhere special, just this random mess here out in the middle of nothing. Like, we're gonna get him. Yeah, see, look at this. Look at this. He's never gonna see it coming. Look at that idiot wizard over there. He's just looking at us. He'll be too busy looking at us. He won't see the tripwire, and he's gonna tumble and die. Aha! And we'll get him. How won't that work out for you guys? I swear. Like, how stupid do they think I am? Yeah, the answer should be that they think I'm pretty stupid, because I've proven that a couple times already today, but that's neither here nor there. Okay, see, this is better. This is better, right? You end up with a 50-50 of whether you end up in the tripwire or not. Now, what they should have done was string it across this entire gap, though, because I can just go over here. And it really just doesn't work. I swear. Someone really should teach these goblins how to trap things better. Ooh, this is a blessing and a curse, because if I spend no mana, I don't get my extra magic missiles. Huh. Well, on the bright side, I can now just much more freely just spam all of my magic everywhere. I say as if I wasn't already doing exactly that, but shh, it's okay. Don't worry about that part. Extra magic missiles. Missile barrage. These damn shaman and being just smart enough not to die with the rest of their people. It's very upsetting when my enemies are intelligent. Though it's not much better when enemies are like those bats and just evading things randomly. How do you evade a flame coming out of the ground that you flew through? How does that work? Like, if they flew over it, sure, but they flew straight through that fire and just... Nope, lol dodge. Come on now. Goddamn bad iframes. Yeah, see, these didn't re-trigger this time. Weird. Oh, there's a pot I missed. That one re-triggered, though. They genuinely must be on a timer. Look at this guy. Look at this fucking guy. Not dying to the fireball, walking around the fire trap. This fucking guy here, I tell you. So how'd that trap work out for you? This clever plan they had to trap the wizard, who then just left them an explosive rune in the middle of their hallway. Explosive runes is such a fun spell. See, I think they think that they're pretending to be mushrooms over here. I think they think they're perfectly camouflaged and blending in, till you get to the big guys here that don't blend in at all. It'd be a real shame if somebody set fire to all the mushrooms in this field just to make sure there's no kobolds or goblins or anything hiding amongst the mushrooms. I think we've cleared this floor out now. Oh, onward and downward. I do like the little soldier sitting in the corner reading a book while the load screen happens. You never really get to see him much because the loading is very fast. But he's there, he's doing what he can. Oh yeah, now we start getting the big guys that throw rocks using a sling. And by rocks, I mean boulders, because they're kind of huge. Actually, does that count as a rock or a boulder at this point? Because they're not really boulder size, but they're a little big to be called stones. I don't know. Once your throwing rocks get about to be head size, I start getting real concerned. There we go. I'm glad that shaman was dumb enough to just stand in the fire, or trying to cast spells. That he thought he was immune. It's like, ah yes, the simple physical burdens like burning are beneath my prowess now. Something smells good though. Oh wait, that's me. I'm dead now. Well, never mind. Really taking a toll on the old mana bar, clearing this place out. Which obviously that would be a benefit of one of the other classes probably, is not having to spend mana like it's going out of style. Some kind of big wizard. Oh god, you've got an ice spray. That seems incredibly dangerous to me. Kindly cease. Okay, got 3 big boys here. Thankfully, they're convenient lightning bouncing choices. I feel like I'm just gonna keep panic pooping glyphs on the ground because I don't think get through. There's the headhunter contract again. Caltrops are also not a bad idea. I don't know if we've seen any elites still. Have we seen any red circles? Not sure we have, but I'm taking it anyway because I like money. I also haven't seen another bird, which leaves me kind of concerned. You see, I didn't read that text on the bottom left corner about elites initially, so I thought elites were just things like the shaman and such, since they're a lot more dangerous. Turns out, no. There's an extra layer there. Now, speaking of danger, I'm out of mana. And we don't have a potion on hand. There we go. Be just a little bit more intelligent with our mana for a moment here. Damagers 2. I do find it very funny that those big guys prioritize trying to sling big rocks at you instead of just crushing you with the big branch that they're carrying. Because you would think just one good whack of that branch would crush me into paste. Oh, I call it a branch. That might very well be a chunk of a tree instead of necessarily just a branch. What do I know, though? Yeah, see, that one had the right idea. He tried to crush me. It didn't work. He had the right idea. Let them all gather around. There we go. Be a little bit more efficient there, you know? Now, one of those might have been an elite because there was a random 100 gold pile in there. Though they may also just occasionally drop gold, I'm not sure still. We haven't been going that deep into this for that long. Lots of mana drops in here. Is this drinkable? It is. There we go. We've refilled our potion. All is right with the world. For some reason, I was looking for another... well... Oh! We got the rogue class. They're just down here, I guess. Nice. And we can trade... Interesting that you can trade an ability for an item. The Red Dragon Scale could be pretty nice. Crest of Triumph is a little bit better for us than the Crude Whetstone. So yeah, I'll take that trade. That seems like the best trade of the 3 for us at this exact moment. At least now we have the Rogue class available. That was honestly way easier to get than I expected it to be, considering there's like a floor or so down into the dark caves. They've done it again. They think they're clever, and they have the right idea here, baiting it with gold there. Somebody will walk over, grab the gold, and just start heading towards them, not realizing that this is there. But hey guys, fixed defenses are stupid. Anyway, I'm gonna set it off anyway just to see what happens. Yeah, it's just an alarm. That's what I thought. It just calls their friends. Poor guy just gets baited into death. Yeah, see, I see that guy with the red circle under him there. I think I just was never paying enough attention and noticed the red circles. But boy, has it been profitable for us, because we've already gained like 300 gold just in the last minute or two. How much are we carrying? Can I find how much we're carrying? What? I don't think we can see how much gold we're carrying. Oh, there we go, materials. I wasn't expecting gold to be in materials for some reason. That's enough to do quite a bit if we can manage to get out of here with it. Just ignore the melee guy, get the shaman first, because I can just drop boulders on the melee guy's head, because he's a genius. Why did those magic missiles not home at all? They just kind of went bleh, just like we almost did. Is that ice spray is so powerful? Already did. I just need to go back and get the other ones after I grab this scroll. I can't stop winning and I can't stop killing. Just hearing a chorus of "aw, dang it" as they run at me and die. They thought they had me, and then suddenly they were on fire. Guys, I got the wizard. I got bad news for you. That's fire. Isn't wizard fire? And technically, yes. Once again, they just happen to file all right around the glyph. So I'm making the same mistake of putting something somewhere not quite guaranteed. There we go. More resources. Nom, 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 nom. We might actually be able to build more than one thing this time. Ring, ring, everybody wake up. Now everybody's dead. That's a shame. Ooh, fireball now bounces and triggers an explosion with each bounce. Yeah. We can just really commit war crimes now. We already were down there. I do appreciate how, like, all the healing items and such are marked on the map. So it's like, hey, stupid, if you need healing, it's over there. Or if you need the other thing, it's over there. Okay, yeah, we already grabbed the trinket from him. Ring, anybody alive? No? No surprise there. You guys are alive for the moment. There we go. Mistake corrected. All life purged from this place. And I'm assuming based on that icon up there, we might actually be getting our first boss fight. The question becomes, can I actually win this fight? The truth will reveal itself after these messages. Totem pole. Okay. Fire totem. Oh, I see. It's gonna be an elemental totem for each layer. Oh boy. Like right now it's fire because fire is the base layer of the totem pole. Oh, I'm not a fan of this right now. I'm not designed for a fight like this. Oh, he still catches me with the edge of that. You can't actually avoid that, apparently. You actually kind of have to dash through that, and unfortunately, I don't have the dash charges for something like that with any guarantee. And I didn't have a healing potion, so that was just kind of over. It looks like obstacles would block it as well, but there was no guarantee with that. And in the shape we were in, it just wasn't gonna be effective. So much for being able to build two things. Oh well. We can still get the training grounds up. As much as I want the general store, the training grounds is still a higher priority. The general store will just have to be the last thing we build. Yeah, see, now we have the next tier of skill upgrades. Which is interesting because we still had all of the tiers in the demo. So there's still a variation there. But we're gonna get our stats boosted here. Still 7 points, so we'll grab the upgrade of both of these as well. I do wonder about those two other slots. Like, I don't know if those are just not implemented or if you unlock those later or something. This is also where we get an extra dash charge, which would have been huge in that last situation. Right now we're wearing something that gives us more more vitality, but it might not be the worst idea to get a little bit of it. Because our health is such trash. Yeah. I have an interest in actually surviving, and the fact that there is just a respec button anyway. Speaking of, does respecing cost anything? Okay, it costs gold. Okay, so you can't respec willy-nilly, but you can do it reasonably. Because that wasn't that bad a gold cost, all things considered. Do I want another potion charge? Yeah. Yeah, I do. This way we can carry 2 potions. That will also make a very big difference in our survival. And then how much are we short? Oh yeah, we can get the tier 2 guild hall now that we have more of the buildings. Okay. And we just need 8 wood for another general store, for a general store at all. And we almost have enough stone for the guild hall upgrade already. Because we've been getting a lot of stone and not using it. Does this have different things or is it always the same? It's always the same, just higher level. Okay. Just kick over the random pot that there was. Should have stepped away during the ad, but timing didn't line up. I'll be right back right quick. Okay, back at it. Provided everything has unmuted appropriately. Yes, it has. Okay. Very good, very good. Sure, all of the things are still working. Yep. Okay. I keep half an eye on Firebot now after the incident we had the other day where it kept disconnecting. So that was actually a known issue as it turns out, and they fixed it. It's something had just broken on their side briefly. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna just blindly trust that it works completely. But, you know, you gotta trust somewhat unless you want to build your own thing to do the job, which mixed results on that idea. Though I am looking at another tool to use for things like that can do other things that Firebot can't. And before anybody's like, oh, you're gonna start using Mix It Up, it's actually not that. There's another program that I'm looking at. I won't go into detail on that one because I need to fiddle with it more. No, it's not StreamerBot either. StreamerBot's kind of a headache. I do not really want to delve into the nightmare that is StreamerBot. Not that I'm not signing up for a nightmare with the other option I'm looking at. It does start with the same letter, though. And the main reason I'm not, like, going well into detail on it is, like, if I end up not backing out of working on the thing, then everyone will figure it out. If I do back out of doing anything with it, then telling everybody about what I'm planning to do won't end up mattering at all because it won't happen. But I suppose at the end of the day, I may as well just say what it is at the very least, because I'm looking at working with that SAMI program that some people use. Because I found a few guides for that do some very interesting things. I just need to see how well it applies to anything I want to do. It's not a super common one. What do you mean, was that an imp? Where? I didn't see anything even on the screen. Weird. I only heard about it through a couple specific people a month or two ago, and then I happened to see it mentioned on Blue Sky again a few days ago, and that's when I finally downloaded it to look at it, and I just haven't done anything with it yet. And by the time anything actually happens with this statement, everyone may forget that I talked about it, because this may take months before I get around to actually doing anything with this information. Just understand that that is a thing that I have looked at, and that is a thing that is in my inventory of things to try to use. We shall see, Zin. We shall see. I'll be impressed if we're both still here in 10,000 years. I feel like that's the bigger question on that one. This will definitely be a... Do you remember, Sammy? How are you still alive? How am I still alive? Hang on now. How did we even get here? Just a pair of brains in jars talking to each other.
That skill is not ready.
I don't care if it's not ready. Do it anyway. Yeah, part of why anything to do with Sammy's gonna be a while is I'm like backlogged on like 10 different ideas I've had over the past month and change that I've started working on and then just have not finished any of them. Half of which probably aren't even gonna get finished at all if I'm honest with myself. So they probably will never even see the light of day. Like I mentioned weeks ago that I was gonna do that re-rig using a different program for the model. You know what still hasn't happened yet? That. Still haven't finished the big gremlin art. Still haven't finished this thing, that thing, the other thing. It's a disaster. But things take time. And when you're the only one doing all of those things, that time gets longer, especially when you can't focus on one singular thing and start working on like 7 projects simultaneously. Because I've found with myself, at the very least, that it's easier for me to make note of a project by starting it than just by writing it down. If I start the project, I'm a lot more likely to remember to do anything with it than if I just write a bunch of things down in like a notepad or something. That still doesn't guarantee success, but at the very least, having that foothold makes starting it actually likely to happen. That's another in those long lines of, I don't know if this makes any sense to anyone else, but this is just how my brain works. I may have immediately forgotten that my fireballs don't bounce anymore. I've been kicking the idea back and forth in my head of when I get people to play this, do I reset so that everything's a level playing field? And I feel like that's probably something I should look at doing. At the very least, I will probably start a different character for that, just so that the levels are the same, because that makes the most sense immediately there. I'm also not sure how this game balances such things. Like, I don't know if people joining a multiplayer game, for example, benefit from the things constructed by the host. Because if people in multiplayer benefit from the things constructed by the host, I would probably just keep it. Because it makes for a more convenient and entertaining experience for those joining. What is this elemental thing we got? Oh, extra resistance to yes. Okay. That seems like a good thing. Ow, okay. I saw a ping in an unusual spot, so I was making sure things weren't all falling apart. But it was actually a positive thing, so everything is fine. Okay, that's the exit. Let's not exit yet. I suppose it says something to the state of things if I'm surprised when a ping is a positive thing. But I suppose that's also just kind of been that way for a while now, huh? Oh hey, it's these two idiots again. Somehow you did not die permanently. Oh, come along, it's time for you to die again. Die for the cause a second time. hopefully we'll be able to get to the boss fight again. But yeah, I do want everybody to bear in mind that that is the whole point to why I'm playing this today in particular, is this is a test to make sure that this is worth gathering people together to play. And so far the answer to that is yes, much as I expected from playing the demo, but I wanted to be absolutely certain. And I wanted to give everybody watching like a teaser of how things are going to work for that too. Get a gauge of just how interested the audience would be for this type of thing too. Now, things to note on that is I don't believe this game has friendly fire. So if you're expecting nonsense of that type, I don't think you're gonna get that here. And obviously there's gonna be chaotic nonsense happening regardless, but it may not necessarily be nonsense of that particular type. Given the kind of people I usually do things with, I anticipate there will be some small sabotage occurring for the funnies regardless. But it'll probably be more like, hee hee, what happens if I step on this trap when nobody's paying attention? Oh, absolutely. And it is only like a $15 game, so there's that going for it too. As opposed to things like the Freedom Warriors remaster, which I still have intentions of doing something with people for. But that's a much higher asking price. Yeah. Like, the Hammerwatch devs have been pretty good about making their games affordable, aside from the aberration that is Hammerwatch 2, which is also the one that is not good and got abandoned. But considering that one had a publisher and the other ones are all self-published, I'm willing to lay blame at the publisher's feet, like most people were doing. I just don't have any information on that.
Enough mana.
Of any actual concrete nature, because I didn't actually look into it. That's just the outside looking in, this looks like this type of situation. And usually that kind of thought process is correct. Because frequently, if there's an aberration, the difference is where the problem came from. I just bounced that right off that log in front of me because I wasn't paying attention.
I have no mana.
Now, I do hope that this game gets the same level of maintenance that Heroes of Hammerwatch 1 got, because it actually got a couple DLCs and some other stuff, and I would presume a decent amount of updates. I kind of fell off of it myself, because that was still at the period where I didn't really have that many people to play things like this with. So I just ended up not playing it that much. Obviously, I could bring it back, but if this holds up well enough, there wouldn't be a point to playing the first one over this one. We still don't have a frost staff, and we can't wear these bracers. So it's either a better fire wand, which we started with, a better ice tome, which we started with, or a new thing. And you know me, I like new thing. And from the sound of things, this is actually a staff we can kind of snipe with, which might be useful. Yeah, that's got decent range. It's a little slow. You can spam them, but they're shorter. And then the ice spikes. Okay, that hits a couple times, so that might be better than the other two staff right clicks, actually. Depends on the kind of damage it does. No, that's pretty solid. And it seems like these ice spears have piercing. They absolutely do, so this might be a pretty good weapon. Which is a shame, because I'm not really one that likes ice that much, element-wise, but you take what's effective sometimes. And you know, variety's the spice of life, so you may as well give everything a shot. But like, it's impossible to argue with how effective these spears have been so far. Look at that. That's just a basic attack, and it just drills through crowds of enemies. That said, this is a level 4 weapon, whereas I think our other weapons were like level 2 and 3. So level may also be making a significant difference in the actual results. But attack type-wise, this is definitely good potential, I suppose is the word I wanted there. This has got good area damage, so it's less likely to get crowded to death. Though I do really still like the chain lightning wand, so that's probably going to stay the wand I use in conjunction with the staff. It's just going to be a matter of what do I use with it, because the fire glyph is good, but I feel like I probably should at least try the lightning glyph at some point, just so we know which glyph is actually worth using. And there may even be other weapons later in the game. I'm kind of hoping there are, so the variety stays alive. Because if there's one thing that might end up killing this for longevity, it'll be running out of new things to use, at least for me. Because it seems like this game isn't really going to give us new skills per se on level like games usually do. So that then makes it very dependent on gear progression to give you things that change. And like, obviously, the enemies in the areas will probably change. Ooh, I almost died to poison because I didn't realize it was happening. Wow, that was really bad. Oh, our allies are dead again. It's not like that's any shock to anyone, probably. Something I'll give this game credit for with these ice spears, by the way, is you can hold the button and it'll still fire off when it's fully charged. So you can actually still, like, hold fire and still get the charges instead of needing to constantly release the button. So comfort-wise, that's actually pretty good. You can either hold to keep getting multi-long charges, or you can mash to get a bunch of short charges. Like, you have actual, like, full control over which type of spears you're firing, which is pretty nice. I actually wouldn't have minded if this game gave more things like those ice spears. I'm not giving up my wood, no thank you. Even if arcane intellect would be nice. I'm not giving up my large fireballs either. No, I think I'm just not making any of these trades, because as nice as the iron gain would be, we haven't needed iron nearly as much as we've needed gold. His iron is used for one thing so far, and gold is used for a lot of things. So no, your trade sucks, sir. Perish. Enjoy being stuck down here in this cave for eternity because you don't move for some reason. That is the one downside to the ice spears, is get used to hearing him say, that skill's not ready yet, randomly, because there's like a millisecond between spears where you can't throw them, and the game keeps freaking out. It seems like the spears don't do that much less damage if you don't charge them, they just don't travel as far. Oh no! They definitely do twice as much damage at full charge. I stand corrected. Well, no, not quite twice. It's like 16 more. I'm just getting variable results is why I'm not making any sense with my thought process there. But based on the speed you can fire them at, I think at close range you're still way better off just spamming them. I wonder, how would this respond? Yeah, that's what I figured. Is for those that don't know, this mouse does have a built-in multi-clicker, so I just gave that a shot, and all it did is click so fast that it treated it as charging it. Just cremate the corpses for some reason. Damn you. So many traps around here, goddamn. Yeah, exactly. It's great for some things, but some things don't detect fast enough for the clicker to be fine. It just goes nee, and it's like, no, that's one mouse button. It's like, but it isn't. Nah, bro, it's just one. Hell, I've had games where my own mouse clicking is too fast for it to recognize as multiple clicks. Because I can just do this. I don't know how well you can hear the clicking, but that's not even the fastest I can go. It's very easy to just click a mouse at stupid speed. Nah, I'm gonna regen all that mana. I don't need to grab that. But for comfort in some things, I do highly recommend people look into a multi-clicker of some kind. Some people may convince themselves that things like that are cheating, but as long as it's not being used in a situation where it gives a player an advantage over another, fuck it, just do whatever you want. No one should have to sit there and click something 1,000 times just because of pride or something stupid like that. Do yourself a favor and save your goddamn finger. What do you got? Markham Stone, Greater Ring of Resistance, and Spiked Pauldrons. Yeah, +2 to all resource gain aside from gold per trinket. Yeah. We don't have a ton of trinkets at the moment, but we usually end up picking up a few. Exactly, Zin. Hashtag save the finger. Buy a multi-clicker today, save a finger. The finger you save might just be your own. I say as I continue to spam click like a madman, but don't mind me. Ooh, chance to heal on kill. There we go. There's what we really need. It's not really lifesteal, but it's better than nothing. leave no scale behind. I need all the money. We already went through all of that. There's an area over in the corner here. I'm too busy looking at the map and I just step on traps and it doesn't matter because they land behind me anyway. See, we would have missed this if I hadn't used the map. Flame shield, spell cooldown, or slowing fireballs. Flame shield was pretty nice, but that's like only for melee enemies. Let's take the cooldown reduction. Maybe he'll stop complaining about the ice spear cooldown if it's just slightly faster. Yeah, what I might do after this run is make another character, both to test whether the town actually does carry over from character to character, and so we can see how the other characters do, to see if Wizard is actually what I want to stick with long term. I may just like go on a rotation through all of them. Which is what I originally intended, and then I kind of just got sucked into going in over and over again, because that's just how these games work. Now that's how I got here. It's the other one I need, that one. Brain went, oh yeah, we're in a cave. We should probably go up so we can leave. Forgetting the fact that I'm supposed to go deeper into the cave. Though to be fair, this would not immediately stand out as a way to go down, huh? Aside from, it's very obviously cut into the wall there, and there's a little staircase icon here. Yeah, this way we'll get a basic primer on like all of the classes, all of the everything that's in this. Other than the one class I don't have still. That elite melee guy is actually proving to be an issue. I couldn't spin around fast enough to throw that where I wanted it. There we go. Oh, a shop. What do you got? Hypnotic Flute we've seen, Crest of Triumph we've seen. We've actually seen all of these. But I will take the Amulet of Health, because our health is kind of sad. Having 200 health makes me a lot more comfortable. I think we do have a crest, don't we? We do, we have the Crest of Courage, so we can get the experience gain. There we go. And that's all I'm allowed to buy there. You can only buy a couple things. But this also raises our Markham Stone boost, which is the other reason for buying multiple things. Ooh, if we get the Mana Stone, we can actually get gold when killing enemies too. Ooh. I want all of the things. Give me all of the things. What kind of garbage trade are you offering this time? Lose 4 wood, lose 6 wood rather. Gain Mana Crystallizer. 50% extra mana pickup gain. Kills have a 10% chance of generating a mana shard every 2 seconds. That's really tempting. But if I don't get all the wood in here, then I don't get the thing. I don't get all the things, all the buildings to do all the stuff. I don't care about these other two. These other two are just kind of meh. This is tempting, though. No, I think we'll pass, because like I said, resources are important. And as you can see, we're only gaining 8 wood right now, so that's not even going to be enough to do everything we want if I don't spend anything. Because we've just not been finding any. Need to pick up. And there's a very real chance we're gonna die here soon anyway. at the rate we're taking damage. Because we have no potions left.
I can't do that yet.
There we go. That was almost really bad. Okay, Shaman's gone. Now just get rid of the other Shaman. The rock throwers aren't too bad. This is true, people die if they're killed. And I am unfortunately counted among people. I am neither above nor below that concept. Ow. Especially when I get hit in the head with a bunch of boulders. I misstepped trying to dodge something else and ended up stepping into the trap sooner than I intended. Because I was planning to bait them into that, and instead all I did was trap myself. Another rock.
I can't do that yet.
Okay.
That skill is worth it.
Whew.
I can't do that yet. That skill is worth it. I can't do that yet.
Very good, very good. Give me all this money. Where do you keep your trees? I need all of the trees. Don't tell me I just left a forest, I know. But I still want all of the trees, preferably the ones that have been cut down already.
I can't do that yet.
So maybe they'll reprocess your totem pole for tree pieces. I will do it. We're gonna go destroy it anyway. I may as well turn it into lumber. That was multiple elites all on a pile there. Oh, that's why. The elites make you bleed. Ooh, nasty. I wondered why the dashing elite was doing so much more damage than the regular one. Turns out, in addition to just doing more damage, they also make you bleed your own blood. I'd rather for other people bleed their blood. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, getting away from all of that ice you're throwing at me. I throw the ice around here, sir. I am the snow miser. There we go. Whew, that was almost bad. There was a chance we could have died there. It would have been very awkward. Ooh, another purple thingy. We'll take the increased arcane damage. So I presume that'll make our icicles do more damage.
That skill is worth it.
I mean, it could happen if you get enough transfusions. You'll definitely end up bleeding somebody else's blood.
I can't do that yet.
And I'm sure vampires bleed other people's blood all the time. Whose blood they're bleeding today? Who knows? Who's the last person they drank?
That skill is worth it. I can't do that. That skill is worth
Curse you and your homing fireballs. I still want that ability. But I get the feeling we're not allowed to have homing fireball. That would be entirely too helpful. Oh, there's nothing here. Yeah, I guess we did clear this part already, huh? Oh, there's a dude up there I can buy stuff from. Did I get something from you already? I don't think I did. I did not. Ooh, extra potion charge, extra dash charge. Both of these are really good. You would think I would take the dash charge guaranteed because of the nature of the boss we're going to be going into, assuming it's going to be the same boss again, but I'm actually going to take the potion charge. And that's why. I figured it was going to give me a full potion. And it did. It's a real shame that there's nowhere around here to restore the other potion charges. That's the other thing I was making sure I didn't miss, was somewhere to refill our potions. But having at least one potion for the boss fight should make a very big difference for us. A very big favorable difference. Don't go that way. I was hoping more of them were going to move forward, forgetting that all of them are casters that are chasing me now because I killed everybody else. There we go. I do appreciate how he kind of like blows on that staff in order to ascend the ice after me. Got them blowing into it like a bubble wand to try to kill someone. Yeah, because the boss is right there. That's what I thought. Ah, there we go. 3 potion charges and 2 dash charges. And an attack with some decent range on it. Hopefully that'll make the difference for this fight. Okay, this is still totem pole. So either it's not random or we just happen to get the same one twice. Yeah, now we can actually stay ahead of their fire waves there. Yeah, it looks like we're never going to completely be rid of the goblins in this fight either. But we can trim out a lot of them. And of course, no sooner do I bring the extra dash charge in, do I not need both of them. Okay. Let's clear some of the ads first, because otherwise this is gonna get bad. If this is a sign of how all the bosses are gonna be, though, these are gonna be nasty but kind of interesting. I'm sort of here for it, sort of concerned, to put it on as honestly as I can. Because these patterns are definitely doable. They're a little nasty with some of them. Like, look at all that ice, for example, just all over the place. Start getting rid of you before you do anything that bad again. There we go. Now what does the lightning totem do? Ow! Murder me, that's what the lightning totem does. Jesus. Nope, don't like that. Where do I learn to throw tornadoes? I think we're gonna lose this still. Just gonna be honest with y'all on that one. It's gonna be close, but I think we're dying here because it's gonna have one more phase left after this. Yep, the Earth Totem. And who knows what kind of patterns it's gonna have. But I'm out of potions to keep tanking my way to victory with. And I just got poisoned. Okay, got the worst of them cleared. Bit of dodge boulder, I can do that. Oh, he shot ahead of me for once. I knew I was gonna botch one of those dodges, and he just happened to be smart one time. We almost had that, though. We very nearly won that. Well, there goes all that stuff again. Half of everything. Sad. Okay, you two are just there to talk. We can't get any more apothecary upgrades because we need an actual apothecary, I presume. Well, we can get the general store at least. Which should help all future characters a bit, because we'll be able to get gear for them. Oh, okay. So this is where we sell things, which we may as well sell these level 1s. Yeah, there's such a value difference between, like, level 1s and 2s. Of course, green stuff, of course, sells for more, too. They don't sell for enough to be like, yeah, I absolutely must buy those. So the main advantage, it seems, to the general store is you can buy armor here more. But at the end of the day, you can just buy gear here at the blacksmith for the most part. It's obviously all weapons here. Which this very well might be every weapon. So there's only one shield, so I would presume that there's more out there. That might just be like all the basic weapons or something. But at least we have that now. And obviously I could chuck some stuff into the stash as well, but none of the things I would throw in there would benefit any other character, so I don't think there'd be a point. May as well grab that since this is locked still. Probably need a better main building before that'll be of any use. Yeah, half of our problem were we were running out of mana, so we'll go ahead and just go in on that. Actually, I'm not gonna spend the gold because I want to test to see if the gold carries over from character to character as well. Like I would presume it's town gold. We actually have a guard out here now, so that's nice. So yeah, let's go ahead and switch to a new body here. Let's see. Oh yeah, we also need to look at rogues to begin with. Sidestep. Grants evasion and a single stack of guaranteed evasion that is recharged every few seconds. Slice and dice. Hits with melee attack. Next, grant stacks of slice and dice. Each stack increases your weapon speed. You lose all stacks at once if duration runs out. So they just go faster and faster. I'm down for that. Flurry of Blades. You perform a series of strikes, hitting all enemies in an area around you, dealing physical damage. Fan of Knives. Throws several knives in a cone, dealing physical damage, as expected. Those are all par for the course for rogues. Dual Daggers, Dual Slice. Deliver 2 strikes in quick succession, each dealing 100% physical damage. And Lunging Strike. A quick lunge forward that strikes all enemies along your path, dealing 200% weapon damage. Okay. And we already looked at all the other ones as far as their base mechanics go. So obviously we're going to start with a rogue. What name are you going to end up with? You know what? I'm amused enough by it just being rogue with the U missing. Sure. Yeah, and they just immediately appear here in town, and everything's the same, so yeah. That is exactly how that works. Oh, that dash goes far. Okay. Fan of Knives does exactly what you'd expect it to do. Oh, and you start with some points to spend. I guess that's because you would have had points from doing the intro stage. So they just give you basically guaranteed starting points. Oh, we're gonna take Slice and Dice, even though I want Flurry of Blades as well, because I think starting with Slice and Dice will be more fun. Just so we steadily attack faster and faster. And we did keep the money. Okay, that's the important part. And we have our starting stats. Just go all in on dexterity so we hit harder initially. Thanks to the color of the rogue's pants, it really just looks like they're a torso floating around when we're walking through most of this town. Fear my floating torso. Okay, so the rogue can use a bow, which is expected. Dual daggers, obviously. Short sword, iron dagger, iron dirk. Okay. I would presume, then, that they can use the short sword and the iron dagger together, or like short sword and dirk, or dirk and dagger. That says main hand. They all say main hand, though, so maybe not. I mean, we have money to spare as far as things that are this cheap goes. So let's just grab one of each and see how they feel. Yeah, because I can't manually move these, so it does keep instantly replacing up there. So these are all... You just have one. Which, that kind of sucks. That is kind of unfortunate. I'm not sure why you would want Dagger Slice, for example, over Dual Slice. Aside from you gain bleeding on Dagger Slash. Sword Swing obviously has a bit more reach, so that makes a bit more sense. And the Dirk has poison. Oh, that's fast. We might actually go with the fast stabby. And just poison our enemies. Let's see if there's anything different here in this shop. It's the same shop we had. We can get a mask to help us out a bit, though. So we'll go ahead and grab that. Give the rogue a bit more of a fighting chance. Really doesn't look like that mask is fitting on there very well, but you know what? You do you, buddy. I do appreciate that it at least shows the other end of it tied off in the back there, so you can actually tell that there's something there instead of... You have no potion charges. Why do I have no potion charges? Oh, so your potion charge count is unique to character and so is your dash count. Ooh. Not sure how I feel about that. You would think unlocks like that would carry between characters, but I kind of get it. Little sus on that one, but that's okay. Oh god. Stabbity, 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 stabbity. Oh, that boar's fucking me up, though. Having to be in melee range with a boar, as it turns out, is a really bad idea. Okay, fast stabby is fun, but I don't know how good an idea this actually is. Let's try the slightly wider slash. Definitely doing more damage, and the bleed is nice. We did get a parry in there as well. It just feels really bad not having a right-click move. So I don't know what the point there is to these weapons that don't give you a second attack, but can't be paired with what we have available at the very least. Like, I have to assume that there's something that we just don't have that it's supposed to be paired with. Unless you're just purposely hurting yourself, which, you know, I guess that's a choice. And at least they don't start you with just the one dagger intentionally. They started me with a better choice, and I've chosen what might very well be the worst choice. Not even gonna bother with the sword swing, we'll just go to the dual daggers. Because I feel like we need that dash. Less damage taken seems like a winning strategy right now. Nice. I'm really enjoying the mobility here. It's very dangerous compared to having range, as you'd expect it to be. But it's nice being able to just kind of bounce around the battlefield a bit, compared to the really slow movement the wizard had. And I'm sure as we go along, we are going to get a bit better at keeping ourselves safe. Like, obviously, once we have our other skill, we'll be in much better shape, for example. But that was the risk I knew I was taking when I bought the passive instead of the other active first. But the dual daggers are just doing a way better job of crowd control by default. Oh, with their basic attacks. It's almost like 2 attacks at once is just better than 1 attack. Who would have thunk it? Because the damage difference isn't enough to make the dual daggers even with the other weapons that we were able to grab. Because there was like only a 4-point difference. You throw fewer projectiles in a forward direction. The projectiles deal more damage and have a slightly longer lifetime. Ooh, each stack increases your parry for slice and dice, or grants additional crit chance for a short period after evading. Let's take the parry chance, because parry has been very, very helpful, even with the presumably low chance we have. Is anything that allows us to not take damage is probably going to be important. 40 armor. Every 3 seconds, you spit a web at a random nearby enemy that inflicts slow to a small area. Every 4 seconds, you spit a blob of acid that deals those 40 poison damage in a small area. I do like both of those, as they give me another means by which to control the field. Particularly a means at range to control the field. And as important as 40 armor seems, I'm going to take the poison damage. Because if we can just get the numbers down, we don't need the armor as much. Though, boy, am I feeling the lower level as well, as I expected to. Level cap is 20, huh? I wonder if that's just, like, the level cap because of what we've done, or if that's just like the game's level cap in general. Because like level 20 being the level cap at all might be a little bleh. But based on the options you have for gaining things based on your levels, it makes sense that there wouldn't be that many levels available. Because even with going to level 20, I think you can buy all of those. It kind of does, doesn't it? That's why I'm like, I don't know how I feel about that entirely. But it also depends on how much content there actually is, too. Like, that's the one minor worry I have with this still, is I don't know how much content this game has. It's not an early access that I can recall, but let me double check that while I'm saying that. I'm pretty sure the other ones were early access, but this one is not. Okay. And there is one class I forgot to mention. You unlock Rogue, Warlock, and Sorcerer. Sorcerer was the one I didn't remember. So, you know, there's some longevity from gaining classes as you go as well. Just depends on how different those classes actually are. Like, Warlock, I seem to recall, can use knives in addition to... Actually, I think they primarily used knives in one of the earlier Hammerwatches that they appeared in. But I would hope that they are more unique, but we'll find out. Theoretically, we'll find out at least. It's really satisfying hearing that clang noise whenever I know I parried something. I already feel like we've gained more wood than we did in the last trip. And that's because we did. We already found 9 wood just walking through the forest here. I don't think I really left anything of merit behind. And there's even more material. My complaints about not getting enough material have been heard. Oh, this could be bad, though. Unleash hell. No, we came out of that way better than I expected, but at the same time, I let these two idiots take most of the pain. Because that's what they're here for. Just absorb pain while I get stronger. Oh, hello, free gear, man. Give me free gear. Plague Iron Gauntlets. Need more strength than I have. We could grab a bow and start trying that out, too. Might be a good safe option for when our health gets lower. But at the same time, if we actually get some armor, that might make enough of a difference on its own. You know, the problem is, all of this gives more focus, which I don't feel like I really need. Aside from the gloves, which are kind of meh. Nah, we'll take the bow. Good idea or not, I'm taking that. Especially while we've got Meat Shield 1 and 2 here, it probably is a better idea to be using the bow. At least there's not an ammo limit. That would be awkward. That was a little lackluster, though. We will use it once I'm actually in danger, but... it's way faster just to rip through with knives. Let's see him. No, that's probably the way forward. We'll go this way first. Like, look at that. That dash just destroys the whole bunch. obviously every class is gonna have different things they're better against. But this rogue is just clearing house right now. What food are you gonna give me? Hearty meal. Okay. Which does +1 to health and mana regeneration. So we just regen even more. Works for me. I'm assuming level 2 of the main building probably is gonna be what gets us things like tavern upgrades and such, so we can start coming out here with better food. Since that is very clearly an option based on the way it's presented when you head out. Ooh, better daggers. Don't mind if I do. What other options we got here? Further increase our parry, deal poison damage on our fan of knives. Yes, please. You telling me I can have more AoE poison? And now we can have fire damage on our knives? Yes. We stab them with the fire and we poison them, so we burn them from the inside out. It's the perfect strategy. But at the same time we're burning them from the inside out, we also burn them from the outside in. Aha. Watch as the cursor nods. That's how you know the answer is correct. The cursor agrees. Yeah, they do way more damage. And this is the area exit over here, actually. This is the same ambush we go into every time in this level. As soon as I verify that, I'm gonna turn around. I feel like some of these ambushes have slightly more dudes than usual. Yep, this is the same usual group up here, so we'll turn around and come back to the rest of these guys here in a minute. Still don't know what the sad face effect means, other than something bad has happened to us. What are these two doing? They keep, like, running ahead of each other, then stopping, going back for the other guy, but then realizing I've gone ahead of them, and then they run back, and then they lose the other guy, and then back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Hey, great.
All of the poison for all of you. Simple hat. And mana stone. Well, that'll keep what little mana I use in check, because we really only use like 15 mana per combat. Unless I have to use those things more than once. What's the as in? What happened? Oh, what did Twitch do now? Oh, god damn it, it ate the streak again. What the hell is wrong with this website? If I could reset those things, or like set numbers of those for people, I would do it. But unfortunately, I have no control over Twitch being stupid.
Kill them all.
I can't say I'm opposed to this idea. Still can't get at these guys. Still have no idea why they just exist in a box over there that is unreachable. Look at all of them. That would be so much experience. They're just all hiding in a weird, like, phantom box over there. But once more into the caves. running into so many more of those random beetle spawns as this character. But maybe it's just because the wizard just never happened to step in the right spots for some of the beetle spawns. It's just mutual evading happening left and right there. Ring of resistance, very good, very good. As a melee fighter, we definitely need some resistances or we'll just die. Oh, if we can just find a chicken to drop all of this material off at, that'd be great. I know it's not actually a chicken, but I'm just gonna call it a chicken. Ring ring. Nobody got drawn in by the ring ring. Now, how about I just gather a bunch of you? Let's have some fun, shall we? Let's dance. You know, didn't really expect that to work out. Kind of expected to die doing something that silly. And yet here we are. There's the imp thing again. Oh, it's this guy. The imp gave you 14 wood. That just looked like a flower when I saw it out in the other field area, when the wizard was talking about there being an imp. I did not see this at all. God damn it. We could have had more stuff. No. Because I didn't get the things, all of you over here need to die. Oh wow, even more, huh? Yikes. Let's see, crit chance on our fan of knives. Mana regen from Slice and Dice. Slice and Dice just does everything, huh? But we'll take the crit chance for fan of knives. Hey guys, catch. Ring ring. Oh, we got a bunch coming from the north too. This could be bad. And everything's fine. What's with the lightning? Oh, the bird. Interesting. Got very concerned for a moment there when I just saw a random bunch of bolts of lightning happening. Okay, the scrolls aren't healing, so I think I was right the first time thinking that they're experienced then. Just gonna grab the gold and such that are right here, and then we're gonna go drop the stuff off. Oh wait, there's a rock right there too. Piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. But no, let's not get turbo greedy this time, as that's how we lose everything. We're just gonna put it away this time, so you all get to see this actually working. See, send 1,597 gold, 14 wood, and stone to town. Yes, get out of here with it. And there we go. We're guaranteed to get all of that at when we die now.
Oh, stay there!
That sure is a voice we randomly chose for this man. I keep thinking that ribcage over there is a chest, which it technically is. But not the right kind of chest. Lose 5 stone, gain a boost to a slice and dice, lose 8 wood, gain a dash charge and conjure a thunderbolt. Huh. See, this is the trade I already made, game, with the deadly aim for adrenaline. I guess that would be an option if I changed my mind about that choice. Just one of those, are you sure about that? Are you sure this is what you wanted? It's like, well, I wouldn't have picked it if I didn't want it. That's not true, but ignore that. It's fine. I need more money. Need more money. Just think, if we could have been patient and brought everything to the bird, but no. I didn't want to die, because I am a coward. Oh, you know, that might be why the level cap's 20, actually. Considering getting to level 4 is 13,000 experience. Maybe that's why the 500 scrolls don't actually make me gain levels that much. It's starting to make sense. Ooh, what a thunkin'. But the way I'm looking at it, we'll probably give like one good run for each class to round out the rest of today. Because otherwise we're not going to get to all the classes. I'm just going to say that right now. Because unless one of them like dies instantly, each run's probably going to be like an hour. Because we still have Warrior, Paladin, and Ranger left to do. Which, if I end up foregoing one, it'll probably be Ranger, based on how the bow felt in the Rogue's hand. The bows just don't feel too engaging, but it might just be that the Rogue's bow is just the worst bow in the game. At the end of the day, I'm usually the type where if I'm gonna go for a ranged option, I go for magic. So Ranger's probably like the least likely choice for me anyway. Oh, he did get me with the poison. But we're okay, we're regenerating. Everything's fine. We just, you know, went down to our single digit of health, but it's okay. Everything's fine. Everything is totally fine. See, the red screen's gone. Everything's okay. Totally not about to die yet. Everything is a-okay. Ring, ring. Surprise! We can just circle strafe this guy. He's an idiot. Looks like we got 3 soldiers we can grab here to use as meat shields. Come along. Soldiers A, B, and C. Come along. Man, imagine if we had the other 2 soldiers still alive. We could have like a whole army rolling up with us if we keep successfully keeping them alive long enough. Ow, I got stuck. Oof, ow, my bones. It's a good thing we had a bunch of meat shields to bail out with, huh? Otherwise, that would have been a death right there. Holy hell. Speaking of things that could lead to my swift and inevitable demise, all of that. Oh boy. Somebody could have died there. What do you mean somebody did die? No. Everything's fine. once again getting away with everything, because I am never punished for my shenanigans. Except when I am, but shh, we don't think about those times, it's fine. Further increased deadly aim. We don't have good enough evade is why I'm not taking things like sidestep. It's like we have the one guaranteed evade, which I guess actually, I guess that does work, doesn't it? Is anytime that symbol's up, I'm pretty sure we get our first hit is free, and then we get 4 seconds of increased crit chance after first contact with the enemy, basically. So I guess that works. Not sure it's really my priority choice, but there's a logic there that works. And I'm willing to give it a shot. Okay, the guy with the ice staff needs to die, like, now. Or we are gonna be screwed. There we go. Get parried, nerd. I can parry your giant club with my little knives. Interesting that the chest was down here and the enemies were up there. Okay, yeah, we only have one part of the soldier's uniform, but we do have 20 more armor now, which is helpful. To think, if I'd taken the 40 armor earlier, we would have actually had 2 parts of the soldier's uniform. In addition to having 3 soldiers. Oh well. What could have been, but it wasn't. Spread some poison amongst this mess. Just keep throwing dots around to try to clear the crowd out without overcommitting. Oh, I walked into that like a fool. Yeah, the rogue is surprisingly holding up better. I should not have said that. The second I said that, instant death. Somehow I just get punished for sentences like that instantly. So I suppose it's the rule of funny, huh? It would be the funniest thing to happen if I got slapped the second I said those words. So wham! Instantly. Upgrade the guild hall. This doesn't seem that upgraded. Are you ever gonna actually finish building these walls, sir? You just... Yeah. But now we can build a trading post, a chapel. The chapel we can actually afford. And lets us pick blessings, so that's pretty cool. And then we can upgrade all of our stuff, get a magic shop. Ooh. Start runs with a skill sphere. I'm assuming the purple thing is the skill sphere. And we can exchange trinkets for materials at the end of the run. So that would also be really nice. Since the trinkets go away anyway. That just magnifies the amount of gain you have. Trading post lets you buy and sell wood, which would be very handy considering we consistently don't have enough wood to build shit. Hunter's cabin I'm not that excited about because our gold's doing pretty good. Blacksmith would be nice. Obviously, training grounds upgrade would be nice to have too. But I guess we'll take the chapel since we can afford it. And there we go, we now have a chapel. And I suppose the fitting choice then, since we built the chapel, is we'll do Paladin next. Grab Flurry of Blades. And we'll just upgrade both of our offensive abilities there. Okay, it just makes a wave around them. So that's Rog's time done for the time being. And conveniently already has Paladin selected, so... other than a random name, I think you're already good to go. guess that's a long name, no. Ayla? Yeah, sure. This looks like an Ayla enough. Even though the name apparently changed. Potential. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We have a whacking stick. We have a slam. We have a shield bash. Why do we have 3... What? Why is there 3 of those effects down there? Unless... No, I don't think it's from that. I'm just going to assume that they're not real. It's probably fine, and they're probably not real. So what can a paladin use? Shield, obviously. Oh, interesting. Paladins can use longbows. They can use the wooden maul, the great cleaver, ball mace, long sword, iron dagger, battle hatchet. There's gonna be a lot of crossover between what the warrior and the paladin can use, it looks like. Because I don't see anything in here that the paladin can use that the warrior wouldn't be using too. At least, again, of basic things. So I think I'll grab a wooden maul and we'll just roll with that, because I don't think sword swing is gonna have enough of a difference between that and mace bash for us to bother with that. Did it with axe slash. I feel like those are all gonna be similar enough. The maul obviously does have crossover with what the warrior will end up using, but it's fine. And just off we go. Oh right, the potion charge problem again. You, give me a potion. Thank you. I'm gonna go kill things now. What kind of blessings can we get? Blessing of Might for 10% more damage, or Blessing of Protection for 10% less damage taken? We'll take Protection. That seems like a more fitting choice for a paladin to be using, since durability. That stun is nice. Seems like a slightly rougher start than you'd expect. Just because we don't really have any control of the field, particularly. Like, obviously we can stun things, but that doesn't do much against anything that has range. So we can actually get really easily tore apart. That's a problem. That's a really big problem. Oh, good. Double damage. That'll help a lot, actually. We're on a mission from God, and you know what that mission is? Vengeance. That's much better. Just slapping everything once and watching it explode. Purging Flames, Wrathful Strike, so basically either fire or lightning damage. The lightning does chain, though, so we'll take the chain lightning on our smites. Yeah, Paladin definitely seems to be suffering early on, though. Probably will become much better once they have their other ability, and almost certainly in party play they'll be quite useful. They're just currently suffering from level 1 issues. Because I forgot to grab skills or spend stat points at all this time, because I'm just kind of trying to move things along. Oh no. So that's also probably not giving this class its best foot forward that it could have had. The fact that it's holding up at all is already a positive in that regard. Ooh, we're actually getting a new path here, though, because we've never actually had this, like, mountain section here. I might just take a fast death with the paladin here, though, so we can fix the mistakes I made. The only thing kind of keeping me from doing that is the fact that I had this boost to damage. But that's also why I'm being kind of reckless. It's just like, you know what? Natural fast death will probably occur if I'm being this stupid. But this way we get some benefit out of it. And if somehow the paladin pulls through all of this, then we know the paladin's actually a pretty potent class. It's like, oh, look at that. I just scraped through another awful situation using nothing but just movement. There we go. There's the expected death. And now we'll fix the mistake I made and give the paladin their proper due. And it was a nice, easy bit of money and some wood gained. But yeah. For those not paying attention, what I forgot to do was do anything in here. So we could have had our own ability to heal ourselves and everything. There we go. Grab our heal and our mana regen. Admittedly, lay on hands isn't going to help us clear things, but it's going to help us actually stay alive. And now we'll get ourselves some more vitality and some more strength, and that'll sort all of the other issues out, probably. So I'm kind of surprised that the Paladin's starting vitality isn't higher than their strength. Because you would figure the Paladin would be the one more built for survivability and the Warrior built for attacking. Let's see if the general store has anything particularly noteworthy in it. Slightly better mace. Slightly better breastplate. We did help out the rogue, so we'll help out the paladin a little bit here too. Hey, we didn't even use the maul. I won't worry about selling that gear because it doesn't make that much of a difference. All of this is fine. Let's go. Let's do this properly this time, shall we? Let's actually switch to the maul right quick, though. See, that's much better at clearing. I went to heal myself and leveled up, so the heal was pointless. Great. Unsurprisingly, it really seems like the mace and shield is better for party play, and the two-handed hammer might be your solo method, unless you want to take it the slow way. Like, obviously, we are taking some hefty risk here. Not having the protection of the shield anymore. But obviously all the protection in the world doesn't do you any good if you can't get rid of the things that's killing you. But like, that right click alone makes this maul really satisfying to use. Just right click once and like half a screen of enemies disappears and everything that's left that you hit is stunned. That's just really nice. And all for 10 mana too. Like, obviously Smite already does basically that job. But what if you could just basically Smite twice? You know? And it's half the cost of Smite in a bigger area. I do appreciate that we're actually seeing some different layouts, though. I wonder if maybe the layouts are somewhat class-based. No, that can't be true. Because there wouldn't really be any particular benefit to a specific ground layout for each class. So it wouldn't really be a logical thing. That doesn't necessarily mean it can't be true, it just means it's unlikely to be true. I say just destroying my own theories before anyone even has a chance to react to them. Dark Citadels over here, which we still can't get in. Okay, we did buy a new mace though, so let's switch back to that and for a bit. Maybe now that we're stronger, maybe it'll clear better, or either way. And I really should probably be opening fights with the shield bash rather than going on habit and swinging left first, then right. That is more effective, though. Our killing capability is still not quite high enough to get rid of them before they unstun. But maybe these two chumps will help out enough. Oh, I can heal them, though, so that's gonna actually be pretty good for those guys and their longevity. I knew it was an AoE heal. I wasn't sure if it would heal NPCs. Turns out it does. That's actually really nice. It's just a real shame that Lay on Hands is so expensive for our kind of terrible mana pool. I don't know why there's so many fancy cups just scattered around this particular section of field over here. There's 3 of them all laid out over here. Let's gather all of you around first. If we could find a mace with a higher stun chance, this might also be way better. 5% chance to block 100% of any damage type. While you have more than half your mana left, you block damage for a cost of mana. Ooh. Deal physical damage to undead in the area. We haven't even seen undead yet, have we? We've only been fighting goblins, beetles, bugs. In the occasional, I don't know if those are trolls or ogres or what. Some variety of big dude. Yeah, I think the Conviction Shield of Faith is probably our best choice here. Because if I just don't use my magic much anymore, we just keep being able to block things. Forger's Feast, what's that do? That is extra material gain. Neat. Plus $10 resistances. Quite useful, quite useful. Not exciting, but useful. There's definitely a satisfaction, though, to just watching an entire wave of enemies just stop in place. Just, you've decided they're not allowed to play, so therefore they will not play. Ooh, Carnage Iron Cap. That seems useful. I will say, the Paladin is less boring than I feared it would be. I'll give credit where credit's due as far as that goes. Is very frequently the thing games end up doing with Paladins is they're just really too static a tank. They just don't do much aside from stand in the middle of everything, absorb the problem, throw a few stuns around, maybe heal a bit, and then they just kind of stand there and vaguely attack something, which usually doesn't have much meaning in the grand scheme of damage. But this at least feels somewhat effective, especially with the smite damage. Like, obviously some systems do paladins way better in terms of being a destructive force on the field, but a lot of them don't. And obviously they're also not necessarily intended to be a destructive force on the field, but I personally feel better when I can actually contribute more than just being like the anchor point. Even if being the anchor point is a very important part of things. The throwing stars should actually be a big help. Yeah, give me my free equipment. What does that symbol mean? I lost it. Where is it? Poison resist. Okay. I don't really need extra mana that badly. At least not that amount of extra mana. The better shield might be a good idea. Yeah, let's take the better shield out of those options. Because our current shield only gives 5, whereas this gives 16, so that's clearly way too much better to not unuse that. 11 more armor is probably worth it. So I do hope we can find a not wooden shield at some point in our lives. Ow, ow, ow. Nope, you ain't running from me, Magic Man. Clubbing you into next Tuesday. The most magical thing you'll be seeing is the stars going around your head after I clobber you. Of course, the enchanted styrofoam. I mean, it might work better than the original piece of wood we had. Then we just gotta get that cardboard sword to go with the styrofoam shield. Gotta complete the set, you know? What's this skill orb got for me? Blessed Strike, Conviction, or Land Hands. Ooh, giving regen on the AoE heal might actually be a really good idea. Reduced mana cost when we're at low health would be great up until the point where you consider the fact that the only thing we have that costs anything significant is our heal. And getting more value out of the heal means that this expense is more worth it to begin with. Especially since it'll start regenerating mana too, which means it starts to pay for itself. What I gotta be kind of careful about with the current setup though is the moment I go below half mana, I start taking way more damage because I don't have my magic blocking anymore. Boy, that's a lot of them. Thankfully, there isn't a lot of them anymore. Could you imagine if Smite also healed me? How ridiculously broken that would be. Dreaming of things that would be nice to have. Right there, just like, yeah, you know, a bit of lifesteal between friends. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, that's a fancy looking chest. Gimme.
Not enough mana.
I don't care if you don't have enough mana, do it anyway. Use your life force if you have to, goddammit. I want what's in this box. I mean, that is a better maul. That's actually too good for us to use. That's surprising. I think that's the first time we've encountered something I can't actually use as the character who's supposed to be using it. We might pass that on to the warrior when this run ends. Damage reduction, always good. It's always funny to me how any of these games where you can point your character or with the cursor, you can just like run sideways and backwards and do all kinds of silly nonsense, like spinning and running at the same time. Okay. That lay on hands is really strong though. It covers like half my health bar. That's not saying a lot, admittedly, since our health bar is only 210, which is only like 2 more than the wizard had when we stopped with them. The wizard also has many levels on everyone else, so, you know, there's that. Still want to get in there and kill that lot, but I can't. There we go, blockers level 1. Very good, very good. I swear the only reason my soldiers are still alive probably is because I keep healing them, because I'm leading them into stupid situations. And they are dutifully following me into them. I'll give credit where credit's due. They have not shirked their duties once so far, despite how stupid an idea it is to follow me. Soldier A and B out here doing their best. And yes, I'm just gonna keep labeling them with letters based on how many of them there are, because if I kept lettering them based on how many I've had, we'd be out of letters by now. Had it all, that is. That's actually a pretty nice water effect. It is interesting how we're suddenly having a bunch of different map tiles appearing. We spend many a run with the wizard getting the exact same map tiles over and over again. But maybe you gain more map tiles the more advanced your base gets. That's also something that could be the metric by which that's adjusted. Like the game gets more advanced the more advanced your base gets. Which means switching characters can actually be disastrous, but that would also explain why we were having some more trouble. Ooh, double experience gain. Thank you. What are you gonna offer me in trade? Lose wood, gain glancing blows, give a ring, gain 16 wood. Lose my 5% damage reduction and get the half mana cost. I'm actually gonna give up the ring of resistance for the wood, because we need so much wood to build the town up. And yes, the wood is more valuable than this paladin's life. Because what is one life compared to the town thriving? I say as I open a box and get 10 more wood, but you know, it's okay. It's fine. I might have made a slightly terrible deal. It's okay. We'll live, probably. Just gonna get rid of this itchy eye for a second. There we go. Very polite of the enemy not to move while I did that. God damn it. I just took care of that. Why is it acting up again? Stop it. I need that eye to see. Let's see. Chance to block, deal damage to undead, fire damage. I know I passed up the lightning damage one earlier, but I didn't want to redo the same thing. I swear, if I make it to the boss with this and somehow win, I don't know what to say. It would be nice if I could find that other soldier spawn we found before, though, so I can have I have soldiers running around all at once. That'd be pretty funny. Oh, there's the bird. That's also actually going to be really nice. God damn it. Somehow they did enough damage to kill me. I think it's the amount of elites that were there. I should have used the potion, but I thought I was okay. Well, we're going to lose a lot of wood here, and I'm going to be very sad. Yep, 15 of that 45 wood. But we still got 30, so that's still pretty good. That's better than any of our other runs, I think, ever did. So close to turning it in, though. I should have just ran for the damn thing and dropped it. No, Zin is poor now, too. Let's go ahead and build the magic shop. Oh, now we have access to the apothecary, but we need another currency for that. And now we'll buy the trading post as well. And there we go. How much does it cost to buy wood? Because if it's just gold to buy wood, I might be in business here. It is just gold, but Jesus, that's a lot of gold for wood. This guy knows he can get away with scamming the hell out of me, and boy, oh boy, does he know it. Look at this. You're telling me one piece of wood is worth 540 gold? What kind of inflation is this? Good lord, man. Let's see, we can get spell power, but we need the blue stuff for that. Same with all these. Oh, the apothecary moved into the magic shop. So the magic shop is actually useless to us, but I think it unlocks that material to exist, so I think we needed to do that. Much like you needed the blacksmith for iron to exist. I think. So I only started seeing iron after having the blacksmith, but it might be you have to get far enough to see those resources too. It's hard to say on that one. But I meant to put the hammer in the stash. To give that to the warrior. Since they'll be focusing on strength more. Which I suppose gives us the motivation to go to the warrior next. I'm just quickly gonna spend the points here. In case I come back to this class in particular. Of course, now they have enough strength to use the thing, but that's okay. Next in line is the warrior. Just good old crush, kill, destroy. Some interest. Jesus Christ. You know what? Sure. Cerilyn Thurley. There you go. That's your warrior. Just like, yep, can't really pronounce that consistently or quickly, but you know what? That's your name now. Congratulations. So you start with a Great Cleaver. Let's see what options you have. Presumably almost all the same ones as the Paladin. Speed. You can use a shield. So yeah, the only real difference between the warrior and the paladin is what skills they get then. Because they both can use basically the same lineup of weapons aside from the dagger and the short sword the warrior can use and the paladin can't. We could get an ice axe. Let me double check how good that hammer I had in storage was, though. Since that was what was intended to be passed on. Admittedly, it's not really that special a hammer. Good intentions, bad results, because I'm buying that axe. Says now realizing that that door works as a door. I thought this was just part of the wall for some reason, but it's just dark enough. You also can't use that hammer immediately anyway. Of course, you know, I spawned him up there by the skill place for a reason and then immediately didn't act on that reason. So we can grab Killing Spree and Warcry. So we have all of our things. What is vitality? All I know is strength. I have so much muscle you can't kill me. His strength is giving armor anyway, so I'm sure it'll work out just fine. Speed. Let's go get our potion charge. Which is now harder to get because we gotta go all the way over to the magic shop to get it, but it's okay. There we go. And off to war. Oh, that's how those axes move. That's a little weird. I expected like reasonably fast forward moving axes. Instead, they're just kind of weird pinball axes. Oh, right. We can grab one. You actually get to pick one of these just straight up. Oh, that's actually really good. I'm glad I made the magic shop. This actually has a use. Executing axes. No, I think the Killing Spree health regen seems like a really good idea with the way we're going to be playing. Ah. Wow, that actually worked way better than I expected it to. Because obviously I'm just gonna walk in and spin. Why would I do anything else? Spin. Oh, it does run out on its own even without running out of mana. Okay, that's upsetting. 0 to 10, worst skill, it runs out without me running out of mana. The boy, oh boy, does it clear. That health regen's actually doing work too. I don't know if anybody noticed, but my health was just pinging back and forth on one digit down there because the poison was trying to fight the regen and losing. It just couldn't go anywhere. Hey, look, a shield. That would have been great to get for the paladin, but oh well. T. That is ridiculous as far as how easy that clears things. Obviously, that's not going to stay the case later on. Same way everything else has been stupid powerful for a little bit, and then suddenly, oh god, death, pain, misery. I may or may not have been clearing notifications while I was walking. That's why I was walking into walls. Why am I getting the spell damage bonuses on everybody but the wizard? Why? Why are you like this, video game? I tried to throw the axes to keep the killing spree stacks alive. It just didn't work. Okay, if you want to volunteer for axe murdering, that's fine. Imagine if I could dash while spinning. Just hurl myself towards my foe, still spinning. Just how good that would be. This regen, though, is ridiculous. I'm so glad we just have that ability. Thanks to the magic shop. You, give me free thing. Crushing longsword, scorching longbow, strength boosting boots, okay. Yeah, give me the boots of strong. Yeah. Already over 20 strength, and we only just started with the warrior. Yeah. Who needs other buttons other than left and right click? I tells ya. Other buttons don't exist. There are myth brainies like wizards tell you, so you try harder. Wizard nerds out there using 4 buttons. Nah. I don't even know what a keyboard is. If my axe could pull me forward, I would let it. Exactly. This is just too effective. I don't know what to do with this, but it's very funny. I kind of feel bad for how the paladin went, just because of how kind of smooth this already is going. Which, admittedly, we do need to remember that this warrior has gotten a lot of help from the fact that they have that killing spree health regen that you ordinarily would not have. That is a very important factor to keep in mind. Oh, there's an imp somewhere? Where? We gotta play the what's wrong with this picture game to find the little bastard. Let's grab this, then I'll find him. The axes deal additional fire damage. You just straight up take less damage. Or I get crit chance. Let's just flat take less damage. That seems like a good idea. Like, did I miss the imp already? Was the message late? Where? Did I accidentally lawnmower the imp? Oh neat, I got an extra vitality for eating a lot of apples. Oh, there he is. Yeah, he just was nowhere near where the screen was when he was mentioned. Okay. Oh, I guess he would be on the map, huh? Okay. I'll need to remember that the next time I see the imp message pop up, just open the damn map. Rather than playing a hidden object game to find the little bugger. So the hidden object game is fun. Oh, you thought ambushing me was gonna work out, huh? Oh, nice. 20 more attack power. Now I hit harder. Man, do I hit harder. 20 more attack power is actually really good for somebody that actually uses attack power. Oh no, you've poisoned me. It's a real shame that I just have incredible natural constitution. Exactly. Hello, gentlemen. Would you like to spin with me? Come along. I expect you to spin, though. You gotta do this. See what I'm doing? Do this. You disappoint me immediately. They don't spin. You must embrace your inner Beyblade. Do as I do. Come along. And there goes another bot. I think that might be the smoothest that ambush has gone. They appear and then just get immediately mulched. Everybody else at least had to retreat. This guy just goes, nah, speed. Oh yeah, hearty meals, even more health regen. Because clearly I need that. Which is actually true, I do still need a lot of health regen. Based on the amount of damage I'm taking playing this way. I want to find an upgrade for the spin now. If I could just get an upgrade for that that like lets me spin until I run out of mana or something, I will be so happy. And I might actually stick with Warrior. Oh, hey, even more health regen. So we saw what all the skill spheres were, but it's okay. Just don't think about it. It's fine. Let the coping stand. Because maybe it didn't show everything, right? You know, maybe, possibly. Get back here. Speed. It's very hard to swing accurately when I'm spinning. It's almost like just constantly spinning like a fool is not actually a good battle strategy. Sure is gonna be very good at confusing your enemies, though. Because they'll be like, why is this fool spinning at us? But they'll be so distracted trying to figure that out that, wham, axe in the face. Really? Another free gear guy? Okay, sure. What if we got something that gives me even more strength? Yeah, what if we got something that gave me even more strength? We have 27 strength as a level 2 character. We almost have 15 strength per level, and I don't know what to do with this as a concept. I mean, we don't have a helmet yet, so there we go. slap a bucket on my head and call me a soldier. Increase armor penetration. I mean, if we bothered to use Warcry, gaining stacks of Killing Spree when using Warcry would be a great idea. But who uses buttons, man? Nobody uses buttons other than spin. That's just crazy talk. The only reason I'm even using regular swings is that's half spin. What I need is something that lets my Killing Spree stack higher. That'd be the real winning move right now. Stack it to like 20 and watch my health bar go up instead of down when things are attacking me. Oh no, I was ambushed. Anyway, they're all dead. To be fair, what's the difference? At the rate this is going, what's the difference? I feel like the Lawnmower Knight is a war crime in and of himself. Is that's his official designation now, Lawnmower Knight. Double experience, okay. The only thing we're really missing is like go full barbarian and have lifesteal on my spin, and then just we cannot be stopped at that point. Oh hey, these guys killing counts towards my killing spree. Interesting. I wonder if that means in multiplayer that party members would count towards that too. They found my weakness. It's called a lot of fire beetles. Remember when I said sometimes you just die instantly? Yeah. Yeah. That was one of those times. Just vaporized. God damn. Can we actually afford any upgrades? Nope, because we are actually kind of poor. We did get some blue stuff though, so that does prove that the magic shop being in existence unlocked that as a concept. Not that we can do anything with it, but you know. We have so much gold. So Warrior is a pretty good contender for sticking around. They walk back up to the skill guy and spend the points as usual. It doesn't increase the stacks. It does make the damage increase per stack go up and the stack duration go up though. And obviously just flat health increases and everything. Yeah. You make me stronger. We have 11 strength per level now, I think. Or did we not? Yeah, we are level 3. So he has 11 strength per level. That is absurdity. Also that he can speed. But all that's left now of the initial roster is the Ranger. And I do have the energy left in me to be a Ranger for a bit. We'll do one Ranger run. And then I can definitely say I'm happy enough to drag people into this game. There's another mouthful of a name. So yeah, that's what your name's gonna be now. Sure, you know what? That's good enough. Okay, they start with the bow that the rogue found. All of the points going in dexterity. No other stat is a concept to me. Get your traps, get your survivalist bonus. Let's see what a ranger can actually use. I would assume probably like knives and bows. Maybe some swords. Maybe even an axe, actually. An axe could potentially be a thing. What? Oh, strength is needed for longbow. Well, the short bow and the longbow are literally identical. So there's no reason for me to worry about that. Daggers, as expected. Short sword, battle hatchet. Yeah, I called all of those. Here's the biggest problem, though. If the long and short bow skills are the same, do you even get other bows as a ranger to use? Or do you just have this and that's it? Ugh. That would be pretty depressing. Grab a potion charge. Still can't do anything with that. We already grabbed our stat points and everything, so off we go to fling arrows at things and hope for the best. Like, I feel like Rogue just kind of replaces Ranger. Unless you really like these skills in particular. I feel like Rogue is just a straight-up replacement. Yeah, let's gain a dash charge when we get hit. That seems like a good idea. For getting me out of bad situations. Like, the damage is pretty good, and the range is obviously very good. Wouldn't be much of a ranger if their range wasn't very good. But I think, like, the biggest failing point for the ranger is gonna just be that it's just not very interesting. Which, I will admit, it's hard to make archery interesting other than the merits of you enjoy archery. Like, obviously you can have a bunch of different arrow types or something, which is what the usual solution is. You could also just have, like, some really good movement alongside it, like dodging shots and things like that. But a game like this wouldn't really give you movement shots because that would be probably too good. So this is why I'm giving all of them a fair shake, so I know what the classes get, at least initially, so I can advise anybody that joins me, like, hey, here's what these things can do right off the top. If that interests you, there you go, that's the one you want. If it doesn't, well, maybe don't do that. So I can now know what the baseline is for all of these. Because obviously, I will never tell people how to play, aside from as a tutorial. But I want to be able to give people information to inform how they start themselves, so they don't start something that they're going to hate playing. Because Lord knows I've made that mistake too many times. Oh, we're getting the other path this time again. Very good. Might actually get to survive to see more of it this time. I do really feel like this game should allow daggers to be offhanded instead of only being main hand. So that you could go like axe and dagger, sword and dagger, etc. It still feels real weird that that's not a thing. Like, obviously, I'm sure they're not just tossing this out and then not doing anything with it. There will probably be like content patches and such that will happen. So there's always the reality where things will improve in that vein as well. Scorching short bow so that we start doing fire damage. Yeah, out of these choices, I'll take that just so we have something a little more effective in our hands. It's already a 7 damage increase. Oh, no, that is counting the fire. Okay. So I guess the weapon level only made it go up by 1 then. Okay. That's the first time I really stared at the damage numbers, if I'm honest. Because usually it was like, oh, hey, this has different attacks. I'm going to use this immediately. See what these new attacks do. Like, the Ranger is proving to be effective. The problem is, it's just not effective in an engaging way. At least not engaging for me. Obviously, to some people, this could be best gameplay ever. Run around, shoot arrow at thing until thing die. Oh, the excitement. Because, you know, some people enjoy the efficient option. Though I can't even necessarily be like, yeah, this is the most efficient way to kill everything. It's efficient in terms of cost. Because since we can just kind of left-click shoot most of this stuff to death, it costs us nothing. And the occasional power shot that's only 5 really isn't that expensive mana-wise either. But it again kind of leaves me with the thought of like, well, why would I ever use this over the wizard? And the only answer I'm really seeing is speed. Exactly, Zen. Like, the blinding colors I can take or leave, but a few explosions help make anything more interesting. Like, at least they got AoEs in the form of the marking shot and the trap. So it's not just, I shoot arrow at thing the entire way. But there still could be more done to make this a more dynamic set, I'd say. And maybe if we ever get those other 2 skill slots, maybe the other 2 skills would be much more interesting. It would honestly be kind of funny if this whole session here was taken as feedback for the devs and they actually did put like a bomb move in or something. Like hell, you could even just put a variant in for the bear trap that like turns it into a mine. Just like a primitive black powder mine of some kind would still fit in well enough. Though for all I know, the variant that does fire damage might even turn it into something like that.
And stay that.
Is it all of the potential actuallys out there in the world need to understand that this is anything I'm saying here comes from a position of partial ignorance because I only know what I have in front of me at the moment. I am not a learned scholar of this game's capabilities. I just have what I can work with that the game allows me to have early on to work off of. This is a useful ability, though. I'll give them that. Lifesteal on marked targets. But again, that kind of is efficient rather than interesting. But that's still something. Remember where I said that our primary advantage was mobility? Yeah. Turns out that's only partially true, because the mobility drop in order to draw a power shot back is kind of painful. Oh, it's the trinkets that we're turning in. That's how we get the blue stuff. Okay. And thankfully, I don't take the trinkets away. And so there's that. Yeah, no, I think Ranger's gonna just be left in the dust out of these options. Like, they're the only one that's not gonna make it to level 3 out of the choices, and that's unfortunate for them. But it just doesn't do anything for me. Do I want to continue playing right now becomes the question. And I think I don't. I think I want to stop so that I don't end up playing too much of this before I recruit anybody to play. Because like I said, I'm more than likely going to reset so that whoever I play with has a level playing field with me. But this way I have like a good sampling of how everything works, and like I can both be informed as to what I want to do and help inform whoever I play with as to what they may want to do. I also just realized there's a bunch of letter repetition here. Ranger and Rogue, Warrior and Wizard, and then just Paladins just left hanging. And obviously, we know that Sorcerer and Warlock are a thing, so there's 3 W's, 2 R's, an S, and 1 P. Which is pretty common, but it's just an interesting thought. This is a little bit of an early end, but I don't really want to like dive into starting Blade Chimera or anything either. Then again, maybe it might be hard to do anything else because there we go. The following page on Twitch wasn't loading. It just said no the first time I clicked it. I'm like, because I don't want to go through the raid browser to see the whole list because it won't show me the whole list. So I usually look through the following tab and then type whatever I'm looking for into the raid browser instead. That is a very interesting choice of a game, but we're not going there. I'm very surprised to see anyone playing Wrestling Empire. Yeah, I'm betting most people probably still do it this way, unless they're looking for random raid targets, because the raid browser is good for that. It'll give you like a selection of people in the category and other seemingly random choices in addition to your following. It's just not a thing I usually do as far as going random goes. So that is interesting. That is an interesting design, I see. I may mark them down in my head for later, but I don't blind raid. The only couple times I blind raided were very disappointing. So I just don't do that anymore. Like, I can't even say that it was incredibly bad, just they were pretty consistently disappointing. Yeah, exactly. It has been a while since I've been over there. I'm just not that interested in that. Like, I fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, frequently am spending a long time here at the end of everything. Yeah. I like knowing what we're getting into. Ooh, actually, that's a maybe. Let me see what's what with that. So I don't remember if I've actually sent a raid over to them at all. Instantly get ads. Thanks, Twitch. Love that. Thanks for allowing me to check what the situation was. But no, they're decently far along in what they're doing there. We'll leave that for another time. And that's also outside of what they normally do. So that would not be the best example of them. That's, of course, also what caught my attention, but that's neither here nor there. I hate being this indecisive at this point, 'cause it makes it take so fucking long. Like, to a certain degree, it genuinely is frustrating to me to sit here and look at this list for so long and not be able to just be like, yeah, we're going there. But it's that mix of, like, I have my own process to get through in my head, and then we also have the simple fact that there's a lot of variables to what we're ending up going into, too. But what does your situation look like today? How long have you been live for? You did only start recently. Okay, you're one of two choices then. While I'm making the final deliberations here, though, schedule for the week coming up is going to be tomorrow. We'll be starting Blade Chimera. If you missed that when I started it as a demo in one of the next fests, you're in for a bit of a treat. It's a little bit of a weird one, but it's definitely very good. If you're familiar with anything Ladybug has made, you should know we're in for a treat. Ladybug made things like Deedlit and Wonder Labyrinth and something else I'm blanking on. But yeah, good stuff across the board that they make. I don't know how long Blade Chimera is going to end up being. I anticipate it'll probably be a 2-stream game. If it ends up being similar length to Wonder Labyrinth. Which I still never streamed Wonder Labyrinth because I played and beat that before I started streaming more frequently. But that's a thing. I have one choice. Do I have a second choice to flip a coin about, or are we just going with that one? We'll do the usual new or old. There we go. So I haven't been over there at all, and I have been over there. So coin, decide. Where are we going? Okay, the coin has voted for new. And I could throw a poll up, but I don't want to wait that long. We already waited quite a while I deliberated in my head. And this is someone that had visited us not too long ago, so it's only fair that we throw a bit of support their way in return. So we'll go see Candy Paws, who's playing Fortnite. Not really something I'm that interested in either, but as usual, it's more about the people than the thing they're doing. This is a half-blind shot. I do know about them, and I've spoken to them a little bit before, but I've not hung out on their stream that much, so I don't entirely know what we're getting into here. Just gonna throw that caveat out there for y'all now. But they're pretty good people from all I've seen, so I'm willing to give it a shot. I have just enough information there, basically, is the state of that thought process. But to finish schedule for the week, tomorrow Blade Chimera, Saturday should be 7 Days to Die. I did forget to check with the group yesterday. I knew I forgot to do something. It was that. So I will probably throw a check around to everybody to see if they're good for this week. And then theoretically that'll be how that plays out. Monday will be Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. Again, as long as all of that works correctly. If not, I have backups ready to go. Sometime next week I'll see about getting people to play this. I know Vale was at the very least mostly on board for that. So, got one likely one, and someone on Blue Sky, I'm blanking on the name right now, also was very interested when I brought it up, so we may have 2 people, we may have 1, we may have more than that. I don't even know how many people I can have for this game yet. I think it's only up to 4. We'll figure it out. But with all that said, thank you all for taking the time to be here. Be good to Candy, and I will see you all tomorrow for Blade Chimera. Good night, everybody.